All right, it is 11 o'clock. And um, so my name is Cindy Moss. I am an international STEM consultant with Defined Learning, and I'll be hosting your webinar today, introducing the speakers, encouraging your questions, and I do the last presentation this afternoon. So if possible, I encourage you to stay for everyone's presentation. We'll try to take at least a 10-minute break between each so that you can grab something to eat, a cup of coffee, go to the bathroom. We are so excited for you all to be with us here today to talk about how do we grow student engagement and accelerate learning, particularly in this time of COVID with remote learning. That's one of the things that has faced all of us in education. And when we can really have student engagement, we will have accelerated learning. Currently, our registration, we have more than 2,000 people from 48 states. And so far, we've seen people from Malaysia, India, Abu Dhabi, Jamaica, Turks and Caicos. So we have people from other countries as well. We're going to start this morning with Jay McTighe. And here's the agenda for what we're doing today. And as I said, please stay as long as you possibly can. Send emails to your friends who maybe are not with us to encourage them to join. You're going to hear from amazing educators who are working really hard, who believe their kids are worth whatever it takes. And you'll be inspired by the way that they're using PBL and STEM to really engage their students and decrease the achievement gap. We're starting with Jay McTighe, and Jay McTighe helped begin much of this by creating his system, Understanding by Design. He is an experienced educator and author, and you're probably like me, a fan, an education fan who would stalk him if we could. So we're so excited to hear from him this morning. He created Understanding by Design. He's co-authored 17 books, numerous articles and book chapters. He's a sought-after keynote speaker. And I encourage you to go to his website. I'll put it in the chat room in a minute, jmctie.com, and find out about all the resources that are there, books you can buy, ways you can engage him with your school district. Jay has spent his life dedicated to 6 things. He's worked to improve the quality of student thinking. He's helped people map curriculum around big ideas and essential questions. He's worked on developing 21st century skills, communication, collaboration, creativity, and critical thinking. He's really focused on creating performance tasks to measure what matters most. And he's worked to help educators engage students in meaningful learning with authentic task. And he's really worked overall for teaching for understanding and transfer. So with no further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Jay McTighe. And again, I encourage you to make comments or ask questions in the chat room. So take it away.
Great. Thanks so much, Cindy. Good morning, afternoon, or evening to everyone, depending on where you're located. I'm going to share my screen, and I have things to share with you on the screen, and I want to make sure that the full screen is showing now. So I have a long title, but it's actually a title of a recent book, Designing Authentic Performance Tasks and Projects. And the subtitle is important also, because I think of these as tools for both meaningful learning from which we can gather evidence of assessment of how well students are able to apply their learning in authentic and realistic situations. So I have a lot of ideas to share with you in a short time, but I hope this will be interesting and set the stage for some of the exciting presenters to come, because they're walking the talk. They're doing this, and they'll share with you what they're doing and how they're the effect in their schools and districts. So briefly, I want to highlight a few considerations and factors that are impacting our thinking about modern schooling. I want to propose, broadly speaking, 3 types or categories of learning goals and how performance tasks and projects support and address all of them. I'm going to think about the use of performance tasks and projects, both for rich, meaningful, engaged learning, but also how they can be used to gather assessment evidence of some of the outcomes that really matter most. I'm going to leave you with a provocation, my idea for the next generation of curriculum mapping, which I call Curriculum Mapping 3.0. Because there are more than 2,000 people in this webinar, because the time that I have is relatively short, given the ideas I want to share, We're not going to have breakout sessions specific to this keynote. However, you are invited to drop questions into the chat box if you wish, and we'll either myself or some of the other presenters will look to try to address those during the course of this event. So let me jump right in. And this is just a reminder to add questions to the chat box as they come to you. Allow me to be personal at the start. These are my three grandchildren. We have baby James on the left. We call him sweet baby James. Little Sage in the middle. She is now 5 and is starting school completely virtually as a kindergartner. And then little Hendrix on the right. And I start with them to be able to invoke one of my favorite quotations that's on the screen. And of course, we recognize this. We're preparing today's students for a world that's increasingly complex, interconnected, and unpredictable. And the COVID-19 pandemic is a sobering reminder of the fact that the things are changing quickly, and we will encounter both opportunities and challenges that we can't completely forecast. To that end, rote learning will not prepare students for such a world. Permit me to share just a couple of the factors that are operating today, and you're aware of these, but they do remind us of the fact that we're not educating for yesterday. One of the factors that's noteworthy is the recognition that knowledge is growing at increasingly rapid rates. The scholar and innovative thinker Buckminster Fuller purportedly identified a concept he called the knowledge doubling curve. And according to Fuller, from the beginning of recorded history to about 1900, knowledge doubled every 100 years. But since then, knowledge has been accelerating. Some people estimate that the entire world's knowledge base is doubling every 13 months, and some have been even more ambitious in their forecast. We also know that access to the world's information has never been greater. Kids can access almost anything on a handheld device. Now, I want to declare that I'm not one of those people that contest or contend that because so much is now Googleable, the kids don't really need to know anything. They can just find whatever they need whenever they want it. Clearly, there's foundational knowledge and basic skills that have to be in place. But having said that, we can't and don't need to teach everything there is because it's too much and it's growing rapidly. Another factor has to do with the Internet of Things, the confluence of different devices all interconnected, which pretends to offer many opportunities, but also brings in new challenges of hacking and such. We know that, and we've been in the midst of the automation revolution, where robotics and the confluence of distance learning and even distance technologies are transforming many industries. A recognition of these factors indicate that, again, the world for which we're preparing students has transformed rapidly and significantly in recent years. It used to be that you would outsource low wage, low skilled jobs, but increasingly it's the higher skilled areas that can be automated. And the confluence of artificial intelligence, big data, robotics is again considered a new modern industrial revolution. Recognition of this fact is evidenced by various groups and surveys describing the kinds of skill sets needed by people in the future, or even today as well as in the future. On the slide is simply one such list produced by the World Economic Forum of the important skills necessary for success in today's workforce. And you've seen, I suspect, other surveys of this type. So the point should be straightforward. Certainly, disciplinary knowledge matter, but there are also skills and learning outcomes that cut across disciplines. And these are, if anything, increasingly valued as well. Now, again, I want to declare that I'm not one that proposes that the sole purpose of education is preparing kids for employment. But as a parent of millennials, I do recognize that having job skills is an important part of having a satisfying life. And these kinds of competencies or skills really are important in part of the goals of a modern education. I suspect some, if not many of you, are in schools or districts that have adopted what some people are calling a portrait or a profile of the graduate, where you get together not only with staff, but often with parents and community members and employers in the area and try to answer the question, what qualities and competencies do we really want to develop in schools? And you see the kinds of competencies presented on the previous slide, or sometimes you'll see them cast as the 4 or 5 C's. So we know that these are important, ever increasingly important competencies in our world today, in addition, of course, to disciplinary knowledge. So let me then move to this next brief topic, 3 types of learning goals, preceded by my contention that's on the screen. I believe that today, the basic skill of a modern education should be transfer, preparing students such that they can apply their learning to new and, yes, unpredictable situations. And that leads me to the 3 goals that I want to put forth here. Look, these aren't new, but I think they have import for how we think about teaching, learning, and associated curriculum and assessment systems that we employ. So here are the 3 goal types, categorically speaking. The left side, we have what Grant Wiggins and I like to call acquisition goals. Stated as a question, what should students know and be able to do as a result of this unit of study or at the end of 3rd grade in various subject areas? Those of you that work in districts or schools that have established standards or outcomes know that the standards, grade level and course standards, specify what students should know and be able to do. And this reflects foundational knowledge and basic skills. On the right side, we have another category, however, of what Grant Wiggins and I have called big ideas. These are the more abstract ideas, concepts, principles, as well as processes that we really want kids to come to understand. And finally, at the bottom, we have transfer, which I contend is our ultimate goal. We want to teach kids such that they're able to apply their learning flexibly and adaptively to new situations. But think of it, you can't transfer something that you don't understand. If all you have is rote information, you may be able to give that back in the way it was told to you, but you can't transfer. So all 3 goals are necessary. You can't do anything without basic information and foundational skills. But I like to think of the knowledge and skills as the floor, not the ceiling of a modern education. We should be teaching for transfer and building the understandings needed by students to apply their learning. Do any of you know the name John Hattie? John Hattie is a researcher from New Zealand. He's written a now famous book called Visible Learning. And I've gotten to know John pretty well over the last couple of years. And when I was with him a few years ago in Melbourne, Australia, where he now resides, he said, I have an article that's just coming out and I'll send you a copy. And he said, you're going to like it because it reflects your work with Grant Wiggins. These are his words and my visual. John said, in all my years of researching teaching, I've concluded that we can think about 3 levels of learning. John said there's surface level learning, typified by teachers presenting information to kids or students reading from a textbook or viewing a video. And they take in information. But if they don't do anything with it, or if they don't really understand it, it remains on the surface. They may be able to pass a unit test, but the learning is not enduring and it quickly fades away. Then John says there's deep learning, which he defines as I do, as learning with understanding. And John said the deepest learning prepares students for transfer. So here's one of the most prominent researchers in our profession highlighting and echoing the same points that Grant Wiggins and I have made and reflecting the three learning goal types. So I made some comments about the what I'll call transdisciplinary goals, critical, creative thinking, communication, and so on. But let us not forget the disciplines. And my colleague Grant Wiggins liked to remind us of what's on the screen. A discipline is more than just an accretion of knowledge that has been developed over the years, but a discipline refers to a disciplined way of thinking and acting. And this conception really aligns with the new standards that have come out in many parts of the world. But even irrespective of the standards, think about the following. Every discipline, if you will, has two strands, right? There's a content strand that reflects the knowledge base of the discipline, the facts, the concepts, the principles. But there are also process strands that reflect the processes of the discipline and the way in which knowledge is gathered, accumulated, and validated in the disciplines. So when we think about developing and teaching the disciplines, we need to address both strands. And again, this is reflected in many of the newest generation of standards. For example, in the US, Common Core Standards, which is the basis for many state standards in mathematics, for example, has both the content dimension of mathematics, the content for the various grades, but also the mathematical practices, which are the processes of doing math. And here are examples. And so teaching the math standards means that you're not just marching through topics and skills, but you're engaging kids in the processes of doing math. Similarly, in science, the US Next Generation Science Standards are actually framed around content in the form of core ideas and cross-cutting concepts like the one on the screen. But they also have the science and engineering practices. These are the process standards, such as the ones, again, on the screen. In fact, I love in the opening pages of the science standards, they declare that to really honor these standards, we need to be having kids do science and engage in the processes of science, not just learning scientific facts and information only. I'm going to skip this. In history and social studies, similarly, we have not only the content of history, geography, government, economics, but we have the key processes. What it means to do history, to think like a historian, is what we're getting at on this dimension. And similarly, in the arts have highlighted not only the content of the various art forms, but the more generic processes of creating, responding, producing, or performing, and seeing and making connections. So all of this is to say, when we think about building a modern day curriculum and thinking about our assessments, to honor the disciplines, we need to be thinking about both dimensions. And this leads to a simple but very powerful idea, first articulated by Ralph Tyler in the 1950s, Tyler said, when we're building curriculum, we need to use a matrix. And the matrix reflects on one axis the content of the discipline or the content being taught, but across the top, the processes or the practices. And so if you think about it, doing the subject means fusing content and practice. And when you look, for instance, at the defined learning tasks and projects, you're going to see that. You're going to see this fusion. You can't do the task without, or the project without combining content knowledge from within, in some cases across disciplines, with the key practices or process skills. So that brings me to my next topic, performance tasks and projects. Now, you're going to see in a few minutes how I distinguish these two pieces, if you will. But I'm going to start just with some performance tasks. And this is the interactive part of the webinar, at least for my part. I'm going to invite everyone to use the chat box to drop in any features or characteristics that you note of performance tasks. I'm going to start with tasks, given some examples that I want to present to you. All right, I know many of you are familiar with this, but let's just have a look at a few examples. These are relatively short performance tasks, but what do they have in common? What are some of the features that you notice? Um, let's have a look. I think I have 5 or 6 to show you. And again, use the chat box just to indicate any qualities or features that you see. All right, here's the first one. Now, you see a map of the US, but this task could be used for any state, province, region, or country. All right, so this is an example of a performance task. Here's a modern task tied to the COVID pandemic. Now, a more detailed version of this, or one version, would be to ask students to also analyze the governmental policies for a nation or a state with respect to COVID and try to link and also compare the infection rates in that region or that state or that nation with others, factoring in the governmental responses and rules and regulations, and et cetera. So that becomes more sophisticated, and it's truly an authentic task for today. Here's an example from health and physical education, where this was from a school district where the physical education program made a decided shift maybe a decade ago from teaching sports skills to putting a much greater emphasis on lifelong fitness and wellness. To that end, every student in the district from upper elementary on develops a personal fitness goal and a plan to achieve it, and they monitor their progress along the way. This task involves transfer, where now the student has to play the role of a fitness trainer, and they are given a client card with different details. So you might have a 50-year-old sedentary office worker, a triathlete training for a competition, someone with diabetes, and so forth. So we don't leave out the primary grades. Here is a task developed by a first grade teacher following the reading and discussion of the children's story, Frog and Toad Are Friends. And I love this one because, as you can note, it's getting at least 2 outcomes. One, a conceptual understanding of what makes a quote true friend. And the second is oral language, an important underpinning of literacy. I think I have one more example for the time being. Again, a contemporary issue that many cities and municipalities are wrestling with. So there's a wonderful, long and growing list of characteristics in the chat box. So take a note after you've entered any that you have in mind. Go back through and just scan the chat box. So a wonderful list, and feel free to keep adding. Permit me to summarize, at least for me, some of the key characteristics of performance tasks or projects in the longer sense of project-based learning. Um, so see if this makes sense. And in fact, I think it aligns quite well with many of the comments that you see in the chat box. So one characteristic of these kinds of tasks and projects are that they are open-ended, meaning there's not a quote single correct answer like you might have on a test. Open-ended also means that it gives students opportunities to bring their own style and strengths and interests in the mix. Now, clearly, some tasks and projects are more open than others, and that's one of the design variables that I'll comment on a bit later. But these are open-ended in general. Here's a key point I like to highlight. Every one of these tasks involves at least two fundamental processes by the students. They have to apply their learning in a context, often one they've never seen before. So the tasks involve application, not just recall or recognition. But also, if you noticed, all the tasks involve some degree of explanation by the student. They need to explain what they did, show their reasoning, justify their response, support their argument, cite evidence from texts. And I like to say, at the minimum, a good performance task or project should have these two components, application and explanation. Thirdly, you notice that these are set in realistic contexts. Now, I'm going to say a little bit more about authenticity in a few minutes, but the basic idea is we want to give kids lots of opportunities to apply their learning in ways that are relevant and reflect real world uses of that knowledge and those skills. Something that many of you highlighted, these kinds of tasks involve what I call the hots and the homs. The HOTS, higher order thinking or higher order thinking skills. These tasks involve critical thinking, creative thinking, maybe research. They're not just giving back information that's stored in the memory systems. Secondly, the longer the task, especially when you get into projects that are typically longer term and more student directed, the HOMS, habits of mind, or we might say dispositions, become increasingly important. Habits of mind like willingness and openness to changing your mind if new information, data, or reasons are presented. Open-mindedness is one way of saying that. A willingness to consider other points of view and perspectives is another dimension or habit. Persistence or perseverance. These are important habits of mind, particularly when students are confronting challenging tasks, and especially needed for long-term projects where you may get tired and want to give up, especially if things aren't working. Perseverance is a lifelong virtue. And so the more open-ended, the more authentic, the more student-directed are our tasks and projects, the more these habits and dispositions become really critical. Now, it may be obvious, but every performance task and project, in my view, should yield tangible products or performances. The kids are making or doing something with a purpose, with an audience. And this one of the ways we make that these make school and learning engaging. Kids are not passive, just listening and taking notes. They are actively thinking, applying, trying to solve a problem, wrestle with an issue, communicate, express their ideas, and so forth. And the products and performances, by the way, provide the evidence that when we want to assess what kids do, we use these as sources of evidence. And related to assessment and evaluation, we can assess what students do on these tasks. We should also encourage them to self-assess and assess their work in a group if they are involved in a collaborative project or task. And we base our assessments and our evaluations on established criteria, sometimes called success criteria, often in the form of scoring rubrics. So these are, to me, some of the key features and structures and characteristics of performance tasks and projects. Now I want to get a little fine-grained here and share with you some variables that are at play in this world. And you're going to see in a moment how I distinguish performance tasks from projects. In fact, the image on the screen at the top is suggestive. Rather than thinking of these as two kind of different things, I like to think of performance tasks and projects as along a continuum. And so think of the image of a light board or a sound board where you can dial up and down the scale or along the continuum. So at one end, we can have performance tasks, which as a general point, I would say, tend to be shorter in nature, often subject or discipline specific, and often pretty clearly directed by the teacher. But if we dial all the way over to the other side of the continuum, we have projects that are typically longer term, more open-ended, often student directed, and almost always multidisciplinary. And in fact, those 4 or 5 C's often come into play in longer term projects. So again, I don't think of it as either or. I think of it as a set of continua. And let us examine some of these variables along continua. So I'm going to look at 6, and the first 3 are time frame, direction, who's doing the directing, and the extent to which the task or project is discipline specific or interdisciplinary. Let's look at each of these. All right, this is a big one I've seen in my work, a time frame. We can have an authentic performance task that is quite short, that could be done in 1 or 2 class periods. Most performance tasks run a little longer in my experience. But as we move along the time continuum, we start getting into longer term projects. PBL tend to be longer term. So I'll show you a couple quick examples. Here to me is a very clever, but very short task in mathematics. Have a look. This is a task that could be done by kids in less than a full mathematics class period. And yet I would say it's authentic. In fact, it's authentic in both senses of the term, that it's authentic to the real world. People calculate measures of central tendency, but it's also authentic to the interests of kids. And the teacher that shared this with me told me that students became much more interested in learning about measures of central tendency when he told them they could use it to determine how their quarterly grade was calculated. So this is very short, subject specific. Here is what I would call a mid-range performance task. It might occur over a week or so. And this is a multidimensional task involving research, reading, viewing, critical thinking, communication, argumentation. And examples of long-term projects can be found on the PBL Works website, or one of my favorites is High Tech High School, where my daughter Maria was a teacher for 4 years. And you can go to the High Tech High website and see amazing examples of truly authentic but long-term projects. These are often semester-long projects. And so this is a high school, particularly the high school, is a project-based learning school. So they can go deep, but they don't go so wide because they're not trying to teach every content standard in every subject. So that's a school or district choice. Direction, who will direct the task? My experience, performance tasks, particularly when people are getting started, are often teacher directed, but then you can open up the task to give students some opportunity to make decisions. Whereas full-blown project-based learning, in my view, should be fundamentally student-directed. But my experience also is I don't think you can just drop kids into long-term student-directed projects if they've never done it before, if they don't have the skill set. So I like to propose that you kind of build the skill set of students over the course of the year or the grades. Here's an example of a relatively short teacher-directed subject-specific task. It's straightforward, involving area and perimeter. Here's an example of a longer term task. You might say a project where the kids pick a topic, research it, and then do a multimedia presentation. A lot more student direction and control in this example. Another variable is, to what extent will the performance task be subject specific? Would it integrate maybe two subjects, or is it truly a multidisciplinary task or project? Again, there's no right answer for this. Here's an example of a science-specific performance task. And here is a week-long project where the kids spend an entire week working in teams, addressing one of the United Nations global challenges, where the kids have to research the problem or the goal, come up with a proposed solution, be it in the form of a technology product or governmental policy that will help address the problem, write up a position description, a paper describing their proposal, and then presenting it to a panel of adult judges. Week long, group based, authentic for sure. All right, let me look at three more variables, if I may. Student choice, degree of authenticity, and audience. Student choice. Again, these are the variables. You could have a performance task that gives kids no choice, even though it could be authentic and engaging. We may give some choices to students within a task, but it's kind of framed. Or we might have open-ended tasks and projects where kids have extensive choices, and that's part of the challenge, making their decisions. So here's an example of a task that gives some choice to the student, even though it's structured. And here's an example of a first grader creating a how-to book, teaching other kids how to break dance.
How to break things. I'm going to show you how to break this. Step 1. Put your head on the floor.
and your hands on your floor. I think you leave your upside down. Step 2. Spin on your bottom back. Step 3. Roll on your stomach. Step 4. Do it over again. This is how to practice. So I'm going to pause this, but I wanted you to note that this is what I call a task frame. It gives a structure to the task, but it gives voice and choice for students. In this case, what they're going to teach, and this little guy loved breakdancing, as well as how they put their picture book or illustrated guide together. What's also interesting about these kinds of task frames is you could envision a fourth grade version of this, or let me show you a high school version on the screen. This was a longer term project done in the US this fall in conjunction with the US presidential and congressional elections. And this team, this class, a government class, worked as a team to develop a variety of media forms, both print and social media and public service announcements to guide citizens for voting. They had a lot of freedom, but there's still the goal and the structure was there. All right, 2 more variables. Authenticity. Now, again, I like to think of authenticity along a continuum, not yes or no. Well, yes and no, in the sense that there are some tasks that we do in school that just aren't authentic, in that nobody outside of school does them. And one example that comes to mind is diagramming sentences. That may be a useful activity to help kids understand parts of speech and relationships of sentence structures. But, people don't do that outside of school. They write for audience and purpose. But then we have tasks that I would describe as simulated authenticity. And I think these can have great value. They're not truly authentic, but they simulate or replicate the kind of thinking that people outside of school do. And look, not everything we do in school can be truly authentic, I don't believe, but we can certainly have many opportunities to simulate authenticity. And then we have the truly authentic tasks, where typically this is where project-based learning resides. A couple quick examples. I showed you this one earlier. You're not actually working for the tourism department, but engaging in this task will replicate what somebody in such a job would actually do. So that's a simulated example of authenticity. Whereas here is an example of truly an authentic project. This was one that my daughter worked on with a team of teachers at High Tech High. They actually constructed the house in a park in San Diego. I think it was Memorial Day weekend and was open to visitors. And when my daughter described the project early on, I said, wow, that's really something. What are your rubrics going to be? And her job was the documentation and the website. And there were other teachers that were involved in the engineering and the construction. And she said, we all have our own rubrics, but she said, the main rubric is going to be the San Diego building code, because we've got to meet that. Talk about authentic, that really was. So in a nutshell, we can say rich performance tasks and projects have these features. Students apply their learning in a meaningful, realistic context, at least simulating, if not actually truly authentic. And authenticity means you have a goal or a purpose, you're working for a target audience, you have to navigate realistic constraints, budget, calendar, word count, and you're producing tangible product or performance. And those are the qualities to me of authentic tasks and projects. All right, the last one I've kind of danced around, but let's look at audience for a moment. For many kids, school is about doing something for the teacher, and the teacher is a legitimate audience. But we can bring in other audiences, for instance, creating something for other students, or letting school staff come in and view your museum display or your infographic. And that when we get into more authentic products and projects, we're often looking at audiences beyond the school. Here's an example from a school district where every fifth grader gets to do a passion project on a topic of interest. They do the research and they produce a multimedia presentation that's delivered to parents and community members, as well as other students. The Global Challenges project that I referenced earlier, the students have to present to an adult panel, including at least one expert in the nature of the goal that they're addressing. And knowing the school district that developed this, I can tell you the kids take it seriously when they're working for a real audience. Some schools that are involved in project-based learning actually have students collecting their work in portfolios. And one aspect of this can be a portfolio exhibition and a defense, almost like a doctoral defense where you're putting forth your evidence and presenting it to a panel. So these are all possibilities in this realm. So let me wrap up with some quick thoughts about using performance tests and project-based learning for engaged, meaningful learning as assessments. And if time permits, I'll end with my idea of curriculum mapping 3.0. So I've written a couple of books during this pandemic, and one of them gets at what it means to engage students in deeper learning. And here's a nutshell idea from our book. Here's our definition of deeper learning, taken directly from that of the National Research Council. We contend that deeper learning prepares students to transfer, one of the fundamental goals of a modern education. But here's a subtler part of this. As a teacher, we can give a student information, we can tell them something, but I don't believe we can understand it for them. Grant Wiggins and I like to say, understanding must be earned. It must be earned in the mind of the learner. The learner, therefore, has to actively struggle to make meaning, to try things out, to get feedback, to listen to others. And that is, in fact, what good project-based learning and rich performance tasks require. They engage students in active meaning making, which builds and deepens understanding and enables transfer. Think of authentic tasks and projects as like the game in athletics. Every game is different, and the players have to put everything they learned in practice, the knowledge of the game, the skills required, and the understandings, also known as strategy, on the field or on the court. That's authentic performance. In preparation for such authentic tasks and projects, then, teachers need to think like coaches. Plan backward from the demands of the task or the project. Find out where the kids are, and then your practices, i.e. your lessons, are building the knowledge, skills, and strategies that they're going to need, but always with the end in mind. Implication for assessment should be straightforward. But as my friend Rick Stiggins reminds us, we can't think about assessment until we first are clear about our goals. He calls them the achievement targets. That's where these three goal types come into play. Look, if I want to see if kids have acquired knowledge and skills, I can use traditional tests and quizzes and skill checks to assess those things. But when I'm after understanding and transfer, we need tasks and projects that involve application, i.e. transfer, and explanation. And my argument is in today's world, we have to be cautious about not fixating just on the things that are easiest to test and grade, but bring in more authentic tests and projects that give us evidence of all the things we value, not just the stuff that's easy to measure. You know as well as I do, there are many valued outcomes in schools and outside of the school in the world beyond the classroom that we want to be developing, and we want to gather evidence of kids' growth. And projects and tasks are the vehicles for doing that. Look, we're still going to have standardized tests, I predict, but let's not be deluded into those that they're measuring all the most important things. They measure what they measure, and we need to supplement or complement those. So I'll put this cartoon on the screen, and I think it makes its own point. All right, I'm going to wrap up in just a few minutes. And the last thing I want to show you is an idea that I've had for some time, and you're the right group to hear it. Many of you, I suspect, are familiar with curriculum mapping, but let's look at the definition of curriculum, derived from the Latin. The definition of curriculum is the course to be run. That was the original translation. And that implies to me that our curriculum is really our plan to achieve designated goals. And you've heard my declaration that the goals should be transfer and understanding built on a foundation of basic skills and foundational knowledge. But to me, curriculum mapping needs to be more than just a list of content and skills laid out on a calendar map. Let's skip this. And so very briefly in ending, I'm going to propose that there have been two generations of curriculum mapping over the years, and I'm calling for the next generation to kick in. Generation one was initiated by my friends Heidi Jacobs' book written in the early 90s, Mapping the Big Picture. And Heidi was building on Fenwick English's previous idea that we need to find out what teachers are actually teaching. And so Heidi said, let's have diary maps where every teacher would map out what they taught for how long on a calendar. And then the idea was we get together and we compare our maps. And in so doing, we might find unnecessary repetitions. Hey, we found 3 dinosaur units in grade K1 and 3. Or maybe we'd find things were falling through the cracks because no one was teaching them. When standards or outcomes were developed in states and provinces and in nations, the mapping process shifted to what I like to call consensus mapping. In fact, Heidi used that term. Consensus mapping would be when you get together with a team of teachers, review the standards, and then developed a collected and agreed upon map that you would all follow, assuming there's more than one teacher for a grade or a subject. But my contention is diary mapping 1.0 and consensus mapping against standards 2.0 is still simply mapping out the content we're going to teach. So here's my idea in wrapping up my keynote. What if we shifted from inputs to outputs? What if we mapped out our curriculum around the performances we want kids to be able to do with their learning? Hence, imagine that we mapped out a set of performance tasks in projects, starting with simpler scaffolded versions for young kids, with increasingly complex, multidisciplinary, and authentic tasks as we went up the grades. So that we're, by design, building these skills within and across disciplines, and we're engaging kids in authentic and meaningful learning while tracing their growth through a collection of artifacts. This was the best visual I could find, but imagine that the people on the scaffold in the vertical line, for instance, represent examples of tasks within subjects and some that cut across. So this is just an illustrative example. Don't take it too literally, but it's the kind of example that you can build at your school, within your department if you're discipline based, or if you're going full blown project based learning, you might dissolve the disciplines at the top because the projects would be interdisciplinary like they have in high tech high and other places. So I'm going to leave you with a thought from Grant Wiggins. Grant liked to say, students should graduate not simply with a list of seat time, credits, and a GPA, but they should graduate with a resume of accomplishments. The work on authentic tasks and projects would be what we would want to put into their transcript, their digital portfolios. I think learning would be enriched, more meaningful, and more valued if we did that. Thanks for your attendance. I threw a lot at you, but I know you're going to hear a lot more and examples of these things in subsequent presentations. So I'm going to stop the sharing and turn it over to Cindy again.
Thank you so much. That was amazing, Jay. And we were all just having a great time and commenting and sending tweets out. For people that are staying, we have 4 minutes. We'd like you to go grab a cup of coffee, run to the bathroom. You're educators, you can do it quickly, and be back to hear the amazing people from Fallbrook Union School District at 12 o'clock. So thank you, and we'll see you again shortly. All right, it is 12 o'clock. I don't want to waste any more time. I want to introduce to you one of the people that I have so much respect for, Dr. Candace Singh. She's a former elementary and middle school teacher, assistant principal, principal, curriculum leader, and superintendent. She's been superintendent in Fallbrook Union for 10 years, and under her leadership, her district has undergone an academic and cultural transformation. They have the highest growth in student achievement in district history. They've changed the culture. And what I can tell you about her personally, I met her as we were doing a presentation for Girls in STEM. I showed up early to get everything set up because I'm a former educator. And she was running around helping me set up the tables. At first, I thought she was an admin assistant because how many superintendents are there setting up for an event? But I can tell you that Dr. Singh does truly believe that she will do what our students are worth, whatever it takes. And that's what she does. And she's also bringing with her Christy Nees, an amazing teacher that you'll learn from. So, Fallbrook ladies, take it away.
Oh gosh, Cindy, thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. It is such an honor to be with you this morning, and I'm going to share my screen to get us started, everybody. My name is Candy. I am the superintendent of the Fallbrook Union Elementary School District, as Cindy mentioned. And we could not be, Christy and I could not be more proud to be with you this morning. For those of you who were able to join in this webinar today, and then maybe for those of you who might be watching this at a later time, I want to start out by just extending my heartfelt gratitude to every educator who's on this call this morning or this webinar. This has been an extraordinary time, as we all know, and in my 32 years of working in public schools, I couldn't be more proud right now of the work that my team and I are doing, and of the work that folks like you are doing on for the benefit of your students, whether you're here in the States or anywhere else in the world and observing now. I'm sending my heartfelt gratitude and peace to all of you. So this morning, Christy and I are going to share with you just some of the things that we're doing here in Fallbrook related to PBL and the work that we've started. But I want to ground it in the context of really what matters now. You know, it was literally a year ago this week that we made the decision to close our schools. And at that time, we truly, as most of you know, we couldn't even begin to imagine what was going to be in store for us as educators in schools. But what we knew is as time went on, we, as all of you, I'm sure, started to consider is, you know, how are we going to keep our kids engaged with us as we look to a virtual method of working with them? What is going to be the thing that's going to get them out of their beds in the morning and wanting to continue to engage with us, knowing how much our kids have lost? by not being able to be at school and be in a school setting. And so we really decided to take a close look at that and set some goals for ourselves for this school year. So just to give you some context, the Fallbrook Union Elementary School District is located in the beautiful part of the United States, which is in San Diego County. If you haven't been here before, please put it on your bucket list. It's a lovely place to visit and certainly a lovely place to live. But this gives you just a little bit of an idea of how diverse our school district is. We serve about 5,000 students in a very diverse community. And one of the things that makes us really, really unique is we have about 25% of our students are military connected. And we have two big schools aboard Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton where Christy teaches, and she's going to show you some of the great work she's doing at San Onofre School in just a minute. So as we were thinking about how is it that what do we want to be committed to this year to keep our kids engaged in school, whether it was in a virtual instruction when we were hybrid, and now we are fortunate to have the vast majority of our students are back 5 days a week for face-to-face instruction. But we knew that we needed to help our students continue to make personal connections to what they're learning. And we know that when we honor children in that way and young people, when we take their personal interests and their passions into consideration in the content that we teach, we know that children have deeper learning, and we know that it's much more engaging and relevant to them. So we're going to share some ideas with you today about how we have committed to helping our students have personal connection to the content they're learning. How are we taking the skills and the content, the knowledge that they're learning? How are children able to apply that in really meaningful ways? We're committed to helping our kids be connected to their classmates. That true classroom community is one of the reasons kids come to school. And then last, we're going to just give you a couple of examples about how we're helping kids make connections to career as well. So we've just put together this little brief video rather than having a little talking head in the screen all morning this morning. We thought we'd share with you pictures and images of our students and our commitment to these three areas with some of the work we were doing before we shut down. So you'll notice no masks in any of these, but we're excited to share this with you.
The Fallbrook Union Elementary School District is committed to and passionate about making personal connections with every student. And it is through those personal connections that we keep more students engaged in school, whether virtually or in person. One way we deepen our connections with students is by using a project-based learning approach. This approach helps create learning opportunities that are more relevant and meaningful to students. It also helps them form stronger bonds within their classroom community. And lastly, it provides them with a vision for the future by making career connections to what they are passionate about. We believe creating personal connections to the content students are learning, connections to their own classmates, and lastly, connections to their own future and career keep our students engaged in learning while also honoring their unique abilities and interests. The first area of focus is helping our students create personal connections to the content they're learning by incorporating student interest and choice in solving real-world problems. Interest-based learning takes place throughout the entire Fallbrook Union Elementary School District. Student interests and strengths fuel their own learning choices. Through the use of a computer-based strengths and interest assessment, our teachers are able to facilitate project-based units of instruction that incorporate students' voice and a choice in the content they are learning. By providing the opportunity for students to solve problems that are meaningful to them, our students are motivated to deepen their own understanding of the content and find their work more interesting, meaningful, and worthwhile. The second area of focus is helping our students make personal connections to their classmates and to the classroom community. Our students' social and emotional needs are just as important as their academic ones. Our project-based learning approach provides our students with the collaborative environment they need to learn critical skills such as listening, compromise, flexibility, and accountability. Through collaborative learning, as groups tackling solving authentic and real-world problems, our students learn to excel as a community of learners, where everyone is honored for their unique traits, skills, and interests. The last area of focus is helping our students make personal connections to the careers that they may consider for their future. In FUESD, we know that students can't be what they can't see. By connecting the content students are learning to their unique interests and talents, we work to give them a vision of how they can make a difference in this world. Career exploration through project-based learning opens up a world of possibilities for our students by helping them see a life beyond school. These thoughtfully developed projects allow students to apply essential skills and knowledge, as well as connecting them to their careers of the future. This is just one of the ways that FUSD teachers are creating meaningful, engaging student opportunities in the classroom. At Fallbrook Union Elementary School District, we understand it will always come down to personal connections, and we are proud of our project-based learning approach that connects students to their content, classmates, and careers every day.
Okay, everybody. Well, let me get out of this video and back into our slides here. Let's see. All right. Well, Christy and I are so pleased to just share some very specific examples with you, particularly Christy. But I want to just make a couple of additional comments here.
Sure.
Let's start for just a minute about the choices that our teachers are making with the content that they're teaching. We know that choices, teachers, folks who are teaching in the classroom who are on this webinar today, you have lots of choices about what you're working on with your kids. One of the most important things is, as you think through what Jay was talking about the choices we make regarding curriculum, what we looked carefully at in our district is related to, we knew that we lost a lot of instructional time with our students. And so our teachers worked in teams across our district and with district leaders to really think through what's most important now. That we are focused on what are the most essential skills and knowledge that the kids need to know, so that we can then take those critical pieces of information for the kids, and then how can we take that and help them apply that to things that they really care about. And then spending some time articulating between grade levels, which is also very important. What's going to be most important now for how students are going to transition into next year, hopefully when we're fully back with students, with their teachers in a full instructional day. So that's one of the things that I think we have to be, all of us, encouraged to do, is really focused on what is most important now. Then the choice becomes hopefully we're building in the opportunity for student choice. Then it is, okay, once we've made the decision about what content, skills, and knowledge do we want our kids to know and what's most essential, how can we take that and make that really more personal and relevant to them? And that's where Jay was talking about so beautifully this morning, is that application of these essential pieces that we know kids need to have. How do we make this really relevant for them? And how can we help them maybe in an environment where they have choices about how they might like to learn it and how they might demonstrate what they've learned? So that's a couple of big ideas related to content that Christy's going to talk to you about in just a second. One of the other things I think is important in our district, and I know is likely very important to you, is we know that lots of kids come to school because of their classmates and their friends. And that has been one of the most difficult things for us, I think, is looking at how isolated many of our students have become during the course of virtual learning, and ways that we are committed to keeping our kids connected to their classmates and to their classroom community. So we did a lot of work in the beginning when we were in all virtual instruction. This idea has always been very important to us in our school district and to our teachers. But what are some of the things that we wanted to really prioritize in these different learning environments, particularly? We know that many kids come to school because of their friends, but we also know that their social emotional development, as far as the building of community is very critical to our young people. So we incorporated during our virtual instruction lots of dynamic technology, screen sharing, and breakout rooms, so that we had the opportunity for children to still have to be able to still work with each other and not just everything on their own. And our project-based learning approach and the way that we've designed opportunities for group work, we just feel really strongly that this gives an opportunity for kids to construct meaning together, and then to really work on those critical skills of collaboration and compromise, and flexibility, which we certainly have all been tested in our flexibility over the last year. So connections to classmates has been another priority of ours, and it's one of the reasons why we believe a project-based learning approach is so important, because we really believe that these skills need to be a part of what our kids are doing. So last, everybody, content. We wanted to help our kids make connection to content, to their classmates, and then to thinking about their future. You know, one of the things that's special about our district, we have for the last 7 years or so, have taken a focus in our district about in helping every child develop as a learner and as a leader in their schools. We believe that every child can lead, and we create opportunities to explicitly develop their leadership skills. And then how do those leadership opportunities contribute to the difference they want to make in the world? And so how we connect our students' leadership opportunities to thinking about what's possible with their careers. And as my dear friend Cindy Moss always says, is you can't be what you can't see. So we work with our kids about what problems do they want to solve, and helping them see career opportunities that they never would have seen before. Just knowing that there's the opportunities and the career pathways for students are very different than they were for many of us when we were young. So how do we take the content kids are learning and connect it in that real world application? There lives this beautiful place to connect it to their potential career aspirations. And it's one of the reasons why we loved the use of defined learning, because the career connection is very explicit. And Christy's going to talk to you a little bit about how she does that in her class. So I'm super proud to introduce Christy Neese. She is so representative of the remarkable teachers that we have in Fallbrook, and I'm really honored and proud to introduce Christy to you today to share some classroom examples of the way she uses these concepts in her class. So Christy, take it away.
Thank you so much, Dr. Singh, and thank you to all the attendees who are here today. This is a very exciting opportunity to share some exciting things we're doing here at in Fallbrook School District. So as Dr. Singh was saying, having students be able to connect to content is something that we're able to do very well with the defined learning projects we're using. So for example, one of the projects that my class is doing right now through defined learning, it was presented to them in such a way through defined learning that cereal sales have dropped, and their problem to solve is, how can we sell more cereal, and what can we do to get the cereal sales to go back up? And the project they're doing is they're designing new cereal boxes. So in this instance, I was able to go into defined learning and choose the standard of geometry, look in 6th grade math, and find different projects that I thought would be appropriate for my class, easing them into doing these projects for their first time this year since we're back at school. So we picked a project as a whole class to do. Product design is built into the project, which is encouraging innovation with the students. And by that, I'm saying when students are presented with this idea that why are cereal sales dropping, they get to talk together in their groups and decide what it is that they think could be causing cereal sales to drop, which was quite interesting conversation to hear my students have, because they had some really great ideas, and nutrition came into it as people are eating fewer carbs these days. And so it was a very interesting conversation to hear my kids have. And I learned the way they think in listening to that aspect of it. And then the product presentation, their evidence of learning. One of the things that's built into the defined learning projects is students really can present their evidence of learning any way they choose. The one that we're working on now, there are actually 3 products that they make. One is, the first product is that they have to do 2 different sketches of a cereal design, a cereal box design that they're going to present to their employer. Then the other product is they actually have to make a prototype of one of those designs. And then the third thing they do is they pitch the box as if they're pitching it to their employers, again, a panel. We had them pitch it to their families and record it. There's various ways that they could do that, or they could present it in class, make a poster board, make slides, whatever they're comfortable doing to show their work. So that is the student choice part of it. After this initial project, students will be able to choose other projects based on maybe criteria that I give them, saying these are the standards we're working on, or based on career choices that they have, or career interests. I won't say choices, but career interests that they've identified for themselves through other programs that we work on here at school, that they maybe can look at projects that relate to those careers and go from there. So that is the connection to content, I think. If we can go to the next slide. Right. So this is, as I was explaining, this slide is just showing a screenshot of the defined learning search results when we searched in 6th and 7th grade math, the topic geometry, and we came up with 19 projects. And from there, we went through and looked at each of the projects and decided to do the cereal box one as our class project, if you will. Even though everyone's doing them individually and in groups, it's still our whole class is working on that same project, which is nice because we can support each other and through the process. So that is yes, we can go to the next slide. And then again, here's students beginning to work on the projects, or in one of the stages of working on the projects. They did do some of their work. We, as Dr. Singh was saying, we started the year remote and full distance learning. Then we were in a hybrid model, and now we're back on campus. So we were doing it in both places. And so this is when we're back on campus, but our groups of 4 allow us to have still remain distance while they're working together. These pictures are just side by side, but students are far from each other. And they asked if they could take a cereal box apart. And it's their project to figure out how they're going to tackle it. And in this case, they are drawing. You can see they're looking at other boxes on their Chromebooks, and they're taking apart a box so they can get some ideas of, how a box really is put together, because those are things that kids don't typically think about. So it causes, and it connects to what Jay was saying, with students need to acquire the knowledge and understand the problem before they can transfer it to other things. And so this allows students, I think, really to go through those processes. We can go to the next slide, Dr. Singh. And again, this is one of my students sharing. This was part of their project, how they shared with one another. I think there's a short video here, I hope.
Hello everyone, I am going to be sharing 3 facts about making your cereal box. The first thing that you need to do is make sure to make it fun, because it's gray and white and it doesn't have any color. Then they're going to buy the ones that are fun, like Lucky Charms has a little green man, rainbows, and unicorns. So you should also make it colorful, and then you need to make it just the right size. If it's a circle, then they're not going to stack on the shelves well. If it's a rectangle, like most cereal boxes, it's not going to stand out. And make sure it's good for everyone. It's good for the environment, and it doesn't have lots of plastic, and it's not full of sugar. I hope this helps. Bye.
Yeah, so those are just some of the things that my students came up on their own with those problems that they identified, that they were concerned that when they took the boxes apart, there was plastic inside them, and that's something that we talk about a lot in class. Is that our campus happens to be right on the ocean, and we talk about plastics ending up in the ocean, and so that's a concern that our students discuss often. And also, we talked about different shapes, and like she said, a circle, and she's of course means a sphere, but how fun it would be if you could have round sphere shaped cereal boxes, but it wouldn't be very practical. So they're thinking of new ways of doing things, hopefully without the constraints that and the beliefs that we have ingrained in ourselves as adults. They don't have necessarily those constraints built into their thinking, and so it's kind of the sky is the limit for them. And so that's an exciting thing, because I think that is how innovators, I'm sorry, are born. And that's what we need. That's what we need moving forward in our world, is people that can solve problems, real world problems, and contribute new and positive things to what we do. So student collaboration, again, the connection to classmates. When we put our students together, put my students together in groups of 4. I chose the groups in this case, just for teachers know the obvious reasons why we choose the groups that we choose and how we put them together. But in the future, they may have the opportunity to choose who they work with. But having defined roles with their groups is really helpful. So there's a team manager and a logistics supply person, and maybe a scribe, just so they all have a role in the group. And it helps the group, the cohesiveness of the group, and the success of the group. And so again, the breakout teams of 4, that also allowed for, while we were in distance learning, that they could easily be in a breakout room together. 4 is a manageable number of students to be kind of on their own, because as a teacher, if you're doing breakout rooms, you have to check into each of the rooms separately. And so there's periods of time where the students are kind of in there on their own. So having a team manager is very important, and also keeping the groups in manageable sizes. And then the final project, so this final product, the students they all came up with their own prototype design ideas, and then they could either, as a group, all make the same design and see kind of who came up with the best version of it, or how they could improve upon each other's versions, or they could all choose to do one individually that they themselves had designed. So, and I had a combination of students who chose both ways. So yeah, that allows them really to connect to their classmates in that sense. And then this is, again, the students, when they're at home they're in their own breakout room here, and one of them is presenting their screen, and they're talking about a 2-dimensional net of a 3-dimensional object. And this was in the very beginning stages of the project, when they were kind of deciding how they would design their boxes. So, and then finally, the connection to careers. In just this one project of designing the cereal box, these careers all apply to that one project. And so research and design, graphic design, transportation, distribution, and logistics of supplies and product as well, manufacturing, and marketing and advertising. In the end, students had a choice. Some students said, can we actually design the cereal that goes in the box? Can we create a cereal? And of course, yes, you can. This is what we want. We want them having choice in what they do. And some chose to pitch the design of their box. Some chose to pitch their graphic design. Some chose to pitch their cereal, the product in the box. So again, that's choice. It allows them to have some agency in the whole process. So we're loving it. My students are loving it, especially after so much time being home and online, just being able to connect with their classmates in these ways and hands-on. It's really exciting for them. So thank you very much.
Christy, thank you so much, dear. I always am. Of course, I'm always just so proud of our teachers. Christy, thank you. It's just a really, really small, brief example of the kind of work that we're doing across our district, everybody. And we are getting better and better at it. These are new and unique ways for some of our teachers that haven't been working in a project-based way before. So Christy is a good example of the continuum that we're on in our district. So we're going to leave a little bit of time for questions at the end here, or some discussion if that's helpful. But I really did want to close with some things that I think are particularly important to us in our district and to me as just an educational leader, and some ideas that I'd also like to leave you with in this conversation today. And as you listen to the remarkable examples of the work that's going on across our country, I'd like to leave you with one last C. The first one was connections to the content, to the class, our kids, to their classmates or to the classroom community, and to career, which are all, that integration of those ideas are really important to us. But I really, really have a very strong bias, and I know that many of you too, that really none of it actually happens unless children have connection to caring adults at school. And so when I just want to share just briefly with you, on the very first slide that I showed you, it said, what matters now? And that actual question came from a conversation last April that I was having with my daughter. My daughter is working on her PhD at Rutgers, if any of you are from that part of the country. And she is a childhood studies major, and she's doing a lot of work around girlhood development. That is her focus for her PhD. And so she has a very strong interest in how children are, how children develop, and particularly the role of education in how kids grow up. So she said to me, Mom, this was in April of when we closed. And she said, Mom, we all need to and teachers need to be asking themselves, really, what matters the most now? It was a very scary time for lots of folks. We didn't really know a lot of what was happening. We knew, right, all of our schools were closed. That had never happened before, right? And so when you think about, we were really in a mode in our district of really wanting to make sure that we were making a personal connection with every child. We knew that that was going to be the most important thing. Where are our kids? Are they all still with us? Do they have everything they need to be able to connect with us in a way that they really had never universally had to do before? And we spent just countless hours every day making personal connections. Every teacher in our district called every child and family personally every week just to make sure children were doing okay. But that question really got me thinking over the course of the next several weeks after that conversation I had with Hallie, that what really does matter now. One of the things that she, in that conversation she was talking about is that, schools are very compliance driven places for the most part, in most schools, not all schools, but in the sense of you sit in a certain place, you can use the restroom at a certain time, you line up a certain way, you put your papers in a certain box. And it's really the step-by-step kind of compliance-driven environment. And now, what really matters? Kids don't get dropped off at school and get on the bus and come and then have to be plopped in a very compliance-driven environment. As we think about the environment that they are in, what is it that we're going to do to motivate children to get up and get with us in the morning? And how are we going to foster that sense of independence and the sense of stick-with-itness and grit that it's going to take to have kids get up every day and do this with us? And so it's really what got us thinking about why and how we come to this place of really wanting to prioritize relevance, meaning, and personal connection to what kids are learning, because we really believe that that's what's going to keep them engaged in school. But as I close with my comments, this is what I would hope I could just remind all of us. We know this. but it really is the personal connection that a child has, a young person, a young adult has to the adults in the school that will help them be successful and will keep them coming back to work with us. And I really believe that every one of us can be that person. We can be that caring adult for the kids. We can have all the most beautiful content. We can have all the most beautiful projects in the world planned for our students. But if they don't believe that the people at school really care about them, they're not going to keep coming. We know this in a regular setting. We know this even more virtually. What are the things that you're doing every day to make a personal connection with your students? We really believe, and I believe strongly, that when students are empowered to make choices and are given the autonomy in their learning, that and when their interest and what they really care about is a part of what they learn, that is how we can make personal connection. And it's also very it demonstrates that we actually see them and we hear them and we design learning experiences for them that take it into account, and that it honors who they are, their uniqueness, their differences, their abilities, their culture. Honoring our kids every day by how we make them feel valued is how our students are going to continue to stay connected to us. So these are just a few little examples of the work that goes on in our district, and one I'm so, so proud of as the superintendent here for 10 years. Um, our teachers, our support staff, we have school counselors in all of our schools, and our administrators really come at the work that we do from a heart of wanting to really honor and value our kids so that they know, and they'll continue to stay engaged with us and continue to work hard. So I just want to end that in that way for all of you. Our kids, when they feel valued and seen by you, they're going to keep coming. And I think a project-based learning approach really is a place to lift off from that starting place. So again, my heartfelt gratitude and I extend just peace and good wishes to all of you in the work that you're doing across the world on the benefit of the young people in your communities. And we appreciate the opportunity to get to share our little corner of the world here in Fallbrook. So Cindy, thank you.
Thank you so much, Candy and Christy. The comments are all amazing. They're so impressed with what you're doing and happy that you shared with them. And we are always happy to be partnering with you. I told you guys you were going to see that Candy believes our kids are worth whatever it takes, and that's what you heard in that presentation. There's another quote I heard once, that students don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And that's what you guys exhibit at Fallbrook. And Candy not only cares about the students, she cares about the teachers. And so, teachers and principals out there, you can see why, as an administrator or a teacher, you would want to work for her. So, Christy, we're happy for you that you get to teach in Fallbrook. And Candy, we can see why you've had such an amazing impact on achievement and culture and just general well being of the kids who are lucky enough to be in your district.
Thank you, Cindy. Thank you so much. If there's any questions, Cindy, we can answer. We have a couple minutes. I'm happy to do that. Or it might be a nice time for another break, whatever anyone wants to do.
And you guys you have Candy's email. We'll also include that in the follow-up email, because if you're anywhere near and you would get the opportunity to go visit Fallbrook, it will restore your hope in what's possible for schools, because they're doing for kids what every kid deserves in this country. So I don't see, people are just saying they appreciate your passion, they appreciate your leadership. You guys are just STEM-tastic. And thanks again so much for doing what you did. And I think we will take a break. We'll be back in 23 minutes. And next, we're hearing from the Tennessee STEM Innovation Network. that are they're a group that's using STEM and PBL across their state. So please come back and join them. They're also courageous leaders, and you'll be excited by what you see there. So thanks again, Fallbrook. Enjoy your lunch, everyone, or your break.
Beautiful day. Have a beautiful day, everybody.
Yes, we'll see you soon. Thanks. Okay, if you just are joining us, my name is Cindy Moss, the STEM boss. I'm with Defined Learning, and what you're in store for right now is to hear from the Tennessee STEM Innovation Network about how they're taking PBL and STEM all across their state. We're going to start with Brandy Strecker. She's the director of the Tennessee STEM Innovation Network, which is part of the Battelle Network, if you know nothing about them. And you're going to want to follow these guys because they have amazing ideas and they love to share. And Brandy is, again, one of those people who has street cred. She was an AP biology teacher, then a STEM curriculum director in Shelby County, then the director of education strategy and outreach for TSIN, and now she's over the whole Tennessee STEM Innovation Network. So with no further ado, Brandy, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Perfect. Thanks, Cindy. Hey, everybody. Our team is so looking forward to sharing more about our state level STEM outreach and how we're working to provide STEM experiences for all students across Tennessee. So glad Diedrich from Shelby County, my personal friend, former mentor, and now esteemed colleague, and then of course Becky Ash on my team. So glad that they're able to join as well. So I'm going to share my screen. Perfect. Okay, so just a little bit about the network. The Tennessee STEM Innovation Network is a state STEM network that provides a variety of services to K-12 schools and districts. So we work really closely in partnership with the Tennessee Department of Education, the governor's office as well, just to expand those STEM interventions for K-12 teachers, schools, and districts. For us at the network, STEM teaching and learning not only engages students and equips them with those critical thinking, problem solving, and collaborative skills, but it also ultimately establishes connections between the school, the workplace, and local communities. And this is from our website homepage, and we'll share that at the end so you can check it out. But we really do work in these 4 buckets here across the bottom, and you'll hear a bit more about each of these. So I wanted to start with student impact. So in 2019, the 2019-2020 implementation year, we impacted over 200,000 students, which was an increase from the year prior, even in the midst of a pandemic. So I definitely want to just say how grateful I am to the Battelle team, to the TSIN team, and then those at the district level like Diedrich that have worked so hard to transition these traditionally in-person STEM experiences to the virtual hybrid experience. And we were able to do that because of the network's infrastructure. So there's really 2 implementation arms, if you will. The first is the TSIN office proper that manages the statewide STEM outreach, programming, and interventions. A couple of those that I've listed, this is definitely not all that we do, but the Tennessee Rural STEM Collaborative, the Innovative Leaders Institute, as well as our STEM Innovation Summit, which is the largest STEM PD conference in the state. And Becky will talk to you about that in just a bit, among many other things that we do. But we also have a more targeted approach with our regional STEM innovation hubs. And you can see the stars represent the hubs across the state, so they're geographically dispersed, really so we can get into those local communities. Now, there are some common themes across all of the hubs. So they all have STEM lending libraries for teachers to check out STEM equipment and materials. They do STEM professional development and then student events and activities. But that PD and those events and activities are specialized or personalized for the counties and the region that each hub serves. They do needs assessments just to make sure we're meeting their needs at the local level. So it starts, with the broad statewide implementation that we manage, then it funnels down to be really targeted for those regions. Our mission is to expand K-12 STEM education across the state, and we do that in a lot of different ways. So we advocate for policies that advance STEM teaching and learning. We definitely create portfolios of effective STEM practices and programs. We try new things, and then we do the research behind it. We typically partner with evaluators to determine, what new models really are we seeing efficacy with. And then we try to develop partnerships across the state with not only educational leaders, but state level leaders and then industry partners. And I'll talk to you more about partners in just a minute. But I just wanted to share a personal goal. So my personal goal is really to develop consistency in the language and the way that we describe STEM education across the state of Tennessee. So you may ask 5 people, what is STEM education? And you might get 5 different answers. And that's really where the network comes in. We want to just build that definition of what STEM education can look like at the school level to provide that consistency. And I have a video I want to show, and it's geared towards Tennessee teachers that sheds a little bit of light on how we define STEM. I just love that video because we do believe at the network that STEM really does provide students hope for their future, and we'll talk about that a little bit more towards the end. But I just wanted to share that with you all in terms of the way that we define STEM. And when I heard the last presentation, it definitely fits in line with everything that we think about motivating students and making those strong connections. I just wanted to mention our partners. Our primary partner is the Tennessee Department of Education, but partners like Defined Learning make our work possible. We want to leverage their expertise. It really makes the work that we do timely. We want to make sure our programs are influenced by industry because we know STEM does lead to post-secondary success. And you can see a variety of organizations listed there that we do get feedback from often and use it to inform the work that we do. And then I just wanted to mention our regional STEM hubs one more time because 6 of the 7 are housed in post-secondary institutions, so universities or community colleges, with the exception of 1. And they really do give that post-secondary lens and perspective to our work. So I feel like we have such a strong just kindergarten to career pipeline of stakeholders and people that really believe in the work that we do. So I want to thank them. And in terms of statewide strategic planning, the way that we approach STEM for all students, there really are these 4 key buckets. The first is STEM school designation, which is the backbone for the work that we do. And I'll show you what I mean by that in just a minute. We also provide professional development for educators in all things STEM. And Becky's going to talk to you about that. We offer classroom opportunities as a way to get teachers and students engaged. And then our governor has challenged not only the Department of Education, but the network with helping to train teachers so that they're highly qualified to teach computer science as a workforce development piece. And we definitely believe in computer science. So Becky has been heading that work up. She is phenomenal in that just really comprehensive effort to get computer science off the ground for Tennessee. So Cindy, I don't know if there's any question. I can't see the chat, but I'm going to jump into STEM designation if we're good to move forward.
Yes, go ahead. No, if there's any.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So STEM school designation, like I said, is the backbone of a lot of the work that we do. Everything that we do ties back to this. It's a roadmap for quality STEM implementation at the school building level. It's a very intensive process. So schools apply to be STEM designated. We manage the process for the Department of Education. They submit a portfolio application. And they start in late summer, early fall, and the whole process goes through the end of the academic year, all the way through May. So it's very intensive for the school, but everything's aligned to the designation rubric, and we can share this information with you afterwards. But that rubric was developed in partnership with the Department of Education, the network, and the Tennessee STEM Leadership Council. And it really brings in diverse stakeholder perspectives. I think it represents everyone and what we think of when we think quality STEM education. And the governor, and I'm so thankful the governor and the Department of Education continue to support and value STEM school designation, so much so that they've allocated $10,000 grants to schools that earn designation, which is a huge investment. And you can see from the map, we started with 15 STEM designated schools in 2018, and the governor's office challenged us with tripling that number by 2023. And I'm so proud to say we were actually able to surpass that metric last year. We're currently at 48 STEM designated schools. So within the map, we definitely have some areas we need to do some targeted outreach to, but you can see it's a pretty good statewide distribution for the third year of implementation. So this is the way the STEM designation rubric is outlined. So there are 5 key priority areas, and I'll just give you a minute to look at some of the language there. You're going to see some common themes from what you've been hearing already today. So school environment, leadership, STEM action and sustainability, project problem-based learning, engineering design process or design thinking, performance assessment. So those performance tasks are a big piece. And then, of course, community and post-secondary partnerships, making that connection to careers and jobs that students might one day see themselves in. And then I just added this graphic because I just wanted to show how each piece within the designation rubric builds upon the next. It may be hard for you to read, but we'll definitely share this out. And schools use the designation rubric itself as a part of their school improvement process or their school improvement planning. It's not you earn designation and you're done. Like, this is a school culture. It's almost like this is a lifestyle. Once you start down this road, you just want to continue to create better experiences for students. So I'm going to stop there and turn it over to my colleague, Becky Ash, who's going to talk more about our computer science and professional development efforts.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. So what you need to know about me is, like Brandy, I was a science classroom teacher, but then I went on to be a principal of a magnet technology high school, and we were among one of the first year of STEM designated schools in Tennessee. So I'm thrilled to have retired from that and get to work full time with the network now, but we keep that user's viewpoint in everything that we do. So I love that Brandy talked about the network being there to bring consistency to the dialogue across the state, because if we do our job well, what will happen is, whether a student is living in the most rural, remote area of Tennessee, and Tennessee is more than 77% rural by socioeconomic and demographic factors, whether they live there or they live in Memphis, which is our largest city, they'll have the same opportunities for exposure to careers in STEM fields. And they have that understanding. So part of that in the 21st century is understanding the role of computer science. And our goal in our computer science offerings is not that every child leaves high school able to be a computer programmer. It's that they understand the basic mechanisms that allow computers to operate, and that they might have a little exposure. So when they're on an app on their phone and something's not running right, they might be able to have a couple troubleshooting ideas before they go on. But for us, that means that computer science is integrated into their educational experience from kindergarten, actually pre-K through 12th grade. And it's not necessarily a separate class, although it can be for those who want to dive deeper into it, but there's an exposure level for everybody. Next slide, Brandy. So in order to get to that point, we've got a multi-pronged approach. And one of the things that we've done is thinking about it from the teacher's perspective. And we are aware of those small schools in those rural counties where a teacher who's interested in computer science might be the only teacher in the building with that interest, or the only teacher in the building teaching those classes. So we wanted to find a way to create a statewide community of learners so that they can support each other. So we worked with the Computer Science Teachers Association to charter the first statewide chapter of CSTA in Tennessee. It just got off the ground in May of 2020. What a great time to start a new teacher organization, right? But they're gaining momentum, and we expect them to be doing great things. And then we work in partnership with other large organizations that I'm sure you'll recognize the titles of those, in an effort to make lots of opportunities available for teachers so they can find the one that fits them. And then we sponsor some of our own, like the digital readiness training. It is a training that was developed by our network to help teachers, administrators, and counselors in grades K through 8 understand the newly adopted computer science standards for those grade levels. And again, it's about helping create the mindset that we're not trying to make you all teachers of computer programming. We're trying to help you point out that when students in elementary school are learning math operations, if they learn order of operations as a computer thinks about it, like when they use Scratch, which most of them can do with the drop and just the plug and play mechanism that you use. Once they understand that, then you go back to your math lesson, and all of a sudden, being sure to do this first before you do that action, it's like, oh, I saw that on this other piece on the computer. So we're just trying to help them make those connections. And then we're a regional partner for code.org, and we do their professional development in cohorts. We also work with the Tennessee Department of Education in an advisory and advocacy capacity to try to help bring that classroom level lens to their work, and we just try to capture the synergy among all the stakeholders that we work with. And then we are also branching out into direct student engagement. So we did this for the first time this past year in the middle of a pandemic. How do you directly engage students in computer programming? And we got inspired by all the virtual marathons that were going on. So we had a virtual coding marathon, and students logged in, they were assigned a race number, and then they had 3 weeks between Thanksgiving and Christmas in which to record, and we had to trust their honesty, but they recorded on a form that we sent them the hours they spent in coding activities, and they could choose what activities they wanted to do. And then at the end, when they finished their hours, we asked them, what new skills did you learn? What did you create from it? And we got answers all the way from elementary age kids saying, I learned how to make the frog jump in Scratch, to AP high school students recording that they debugged the program that they were working on to do something for their AP portfolio. So it was awesome. And we had well over 500 students express interest. We had well over 200 logging hours, and you can see there that they logged 2,831 hours of coding. And those that completed 26.2 or more hours in the 3 weeks received that marathon medal that you see in the upper corner of the screen. So, and I'm not belittling it at all, but the thinking in developing it was, nerds deserve medals too, and a lot of them may not ever get a running medal. So that was what we did with them. Next slide, Brandy. And you can see that what we're trying to do is simply engage the students, specifically with a computer science exposure, but that means we've got to do a lot of learning with teachers. And next slide, Brandy. We do it in a portfolio method. Our thinking is there's no silver bullet. There's no single strategy that's going to strike the teaching style of every teacher, just like there's no single teaching strategy that's going to ignite the learning in every single student. So we choose to offer it along a continuum. For people who might be the only ones in their buildings with the fire, with the interest, they might take advantage of one of our learning cohorts. You can see the list there on the left. And those are people who usually participate either as individuals or maybe in a small team of 2 from their school. And we try to create communities of practice among the cohorts that are spread across the state. Then we also support the content, and actually we more strongly support the habits of good STEM teachers in the STEM programs of study that our state Career and Technical Education Department sponsors. And we work to incorporate the best practices and the culture pieces of school into that. And then lastly, we do have a menu of offerings where we will go into a school and work with the staff. We personalize the presentations. And you can see from the list of the topics that we do that Defined Learning has just offered us this beautiful scaffold. So we come in and we talk about the structure of a well-designed PBL, and then we can say, but you don't have to start from scratch. Here's a library of them. And the use of the Defined Learning Library lets teachers have early success, and more importantly, lets their students have early and quick success in participating in the projects, and that makes them want to do it more. And then, of course, the inclusion of the design thinking that's part of all of the PBLs and Defined Learning just further reinforces what we do and what we support and promote as evidence of best practice. So the whole idea behind our network of supporting teachers in developing as educators across their career has to do with multiple entry points, whether it's as an individual in your staff, all the way up to school level where it's the leader of the school that wants to see it move forward that way. And one of the things that we do, next slide, is to yearly, we have a wonderful convocation of the best practices from across the state. And this year, we're joining all the other organizations to have a safe and socially distanced event. So our STEM Innovation Summit will be virtual this year for the first time. It'll be May 20th and 21st. You can find registration information and more information about the agenda at the website that you see there. But we're really excited about our presenters. For the first time, we encouraged them as they're making their proposals. We said, so yeah, it's not the same not meeting in person, but let's take advantage of it. So we encourage presenters to think about pre-recording sections of their presentation to take advantage of being able to take people out into their school campus, into their community, and to do the presentation from in place and talk about how they use it. So we're hoping that it adds a little bit of a different flavor and that we'll be able to go back to the fun social networking that we all have come to love and value. And we're also thrilled this year that some of our key features of the conference include an address by our State Commissioner of Education, Penny Schwinn, but also General John Raymond from the United States Space Force is going to address our attendees. And we're really excited about that connection to, you talk about being on the cutting edge with STEM. Whoa, you can't get any better than that. And then we have Natalie Nixon as a featured keynote speaker. She's the national author of The Creativity Leap. And if you've never seen one of her videos, she is one, the energy just jumps off the page. So we're really excited about the potential of these folks helping teachers reignite the spark at the end of a very long year that this has been, and get them ready for the summer and recharging and fresh ideas and making new connections with others that are across the state. And that kind of wraps up how several of the things that we do for professional development. And I think Brandy's going to talk about classroom opportunities.
Yes, thanks, Becky. We're so excited about the summit and the work that really Becky has led the charge on behind professional development across the state. So please reach out to her if you have questions or want to know more about any of that. One of the other buckets or areas of focus for the network are classroom opportunities. Like Becky said, there's not that one silver bullet. We want to make sure we have a wide portfolio of ways to connect with teachers and students. So one of those ways is to offer a free middle school STEM career awareness curriculum. We offer that for free through the network due to the investment by the governor's office and the Department of Education to grades 5 through 8 across the state. And Define Learning is our partner in that particular intervention. And I can just tell you, and I'm sure I know Ben Bruce is on the webinar as well. We've seen great success with having this be that starting point for PBL. So we're so glad to be partnered with them and to offer that. We also sponsor a statewide design challenge. This year's focus is on entrepreneurship. So student teams across the state, K through 12, are developing solutions to create a social enterprise. So a job for good. They're trying to make a difference in their local communities or in the state or in the world. And then we also sponsor classroom mini grants with our partner, the Tennessee Valley Authority. Anywhere from, I believe, $500 to $5,000 as seed money to start STEM programming at the classroom or the building level. And then we sponsor STEM Excellence Awards that we get tons of applications for and wish we could award all of them, but we do offer the 4 awards that you see there. So that's the high-level state view and the way that we approach STEM education and outreach. But I'm really excited to turn it over to Diedrich McGee to chat more about how Shelby County specifically integrates STEM into the work they do.
Thank you so much, Brandy and Becky. I guess I can't say enough. I love that it's called the Tennessee STEM Innovation Network, because the power is truly in the network of people, right? I look at this picture now and I do get a slight tear in my eye because, man, when will we get back to being together, right? And I must admit, once upon a time, I probably was social distancing before it was social distancing, right? Being somewhat of an introvert at times. But now I do long to be together so that because we get so much energy. And I can't say enough about the group that just spoke, because a lot of the work that we do in Memphis and in West Tennessee, it really, truly, it comes together nicely, is packaged as we collaborate with our friends at the TCN and Battelle. So I can't say enough. Again, we believe in captivating students, empowering the teachers, and transforming classrooms. Every child, and I will repeat, every child deserves an enthusiastic educator, one that's not afraid to take chances. Well, let's take a look at the next slide. There we go. So when we start looking at this and we start thinking about what is the landscape that we have here? One of the things that we're proud to say, we definitely have a good number of focused programs that just say STEM, right? Just say STEM. However, we have a larger number of IT or computer science teachers. We have a lot of teachers that's doing advanced manufacturing. We have an emerging program around agri-STEM. And what does all that mean? Again, we're trying to grow that landscape to where every student gets that some type of experience, right? We have a dedicated middle school team that's looking to grow in the middle, right? Why? Because the middle school is an optimal time to start planting that seed that students can truly be whatever they'd like to be. And what do we want to do? I think someone said it earlier. We got to put it in front of them. They have to be able to touch it. What happens? That allows us to truly provide our students with those experiences. You've heard about some of the digital readiness standards that have been happening. You've heard about the opportunity for computational thinking. I'm proud to say in our district we've kind of stolen that mantra of everyone can code and create, and kind of made it homegrown here, where every student can begin playing with spheros, start playing with coding, Scratch. You've heard about some of these. So that way you just go from just kind of playing with it, seeing what you can do, to truly starting to debug a real problem. And I think everybody on here is some type of debugger, because COVID threw all of us a monkey wrench, right? So we had to figure that out. And I do want to say congratulations, because all of you are digital immigrants and we were ushered into this new world, right? So that means that it also exposed us. So what did we do? We buckled down and we started looking at district-wide virtual academic competitions. And we're proud to say over 3,000 students, even inside of a pandemic, they were exposed to that world of computer science and critical thinking. We can look at the next slide. Now, what do we want? We do believe that STEM is more than just a class, more than just something you do during the day. It's a culture. One of the things, each of these pictures represent the opportunities that our students had before the pandemic. And again, we just look here and go, man, this is the time we need together. In the bottom right corner, these were some of our opportunities we had with our naval officers. In the bottom left corner, that's how we began to get our students interested in the real world, starting to look at different types of instrumentation that you can use to check the acidity of or the pH of the soil. You start looking at what is it made of, and we want to really work really closely. I look in the upper left-hand corner that you see. In the middle of that crowd of students, that's one of our teachers that's in there with the students. They were beginning to solder. They were beginning to look at different problem solving, and not just a subject, right? It's true. What does it look like to work in industry? And in the upper right hand corner, those are the famous dot dash. I can't afford those black ones. I can't remember the name of those, but they're a little out of my price point. But those fell off a truck for me. So what we do is we use what we get as educators. But what we get excited, because that's a group of students that's in the north side of our district, the northwest side, and they don't have a lot of resources. But when I came in, they were problem solving, right? They were in that space. Let's look at the next slide. And I'm going to show a really quick video. This is a school. We didn't try to get the maybe a school that has the Rolls Royce, or the school that where everybody's drinking the Kool-Aid. We want to show you an example of the excitement that was emerging in a school that was just starting the process.
One thing I like about my school is the fact that we get to be ourselves. It's very creative up here. No one lesson is ever the same. The teachers have a good way of switching it up, and they also listen to it.
Don't too many people know about a lot of the things that actually takes place at Sherwood Middle School. For instance, we have 2 STEM classes within our building. We have several different exploratory classes.
We have a lot of teachers here that give their all every day to make sure these students have a better pathway to career in college.
Since I'm in STEM now, that's kind of like giving me an idea that I should probably go for like engineering or something in college, like use robots and stuff.
We get to have clubs and different events that help us express our
creativity. We're a gym right here in Orange Mound.
And this particular school, thank you so much for that, Brandy. This is a school that really began to embrace the work I'm going to speak to about from Defined Learning. What they, one of the opportunities that they took was they took that tiny house and they said, look, we need to solve one of the problems because in that particular area, it's a food desert. In addition to housing has now, basically the rent has gone up. And so the students in that area were struggling. So they wanted to think of how could they solve it. I'm not going to read to you, but essentially what you see before us is a statement that we put on our walls, we put throughout, we want it embedded. We want to say our students should be connected. Again, they should be connected to the real world, connected to careers, connected to what they did not know they could become. And those are the real world contextual problems. Because again, unfortunately, I think we got a lot of, yeah, some of you are young whippersnappers, but the ones behind them, man, I don't even know what they're talking about anymore, right? My oldie station is the stuff I thought was current. So I want you to know I get excited, and I want you to know that that in our area we're trying to truly evolve into that group that we want to imagine our students right becoming something that they did not know they could become. We want to inspire them to now start digging a little deeper, problem solve, so that they can now innovate, create something, and not just become a consumer but a producer. Let's look at the next slide. Now, why should it matter? Let's see. Why does it matter? Who cares, right? Who cares? Why do we care? Let's look at the next one. Now, one of the issues, why do we care? We do have a situation here in our area where more than 40,000 students, guess what? They're struggling, right? And if you're struggling financially, many times you're probably struggling, and it's to some degree in your home or whomever you live with, where there's limited education, maybe there's limited exposure, but definitely resources are limited. How do we close that gap? How do we inspire? So now what we want to do is bring these experiences to our students. The laser study, and I think some of this has been shared a couple of times, but that curriculum, professional learning, equipment, assessments, and community industry partnerships, they work together to reveal or peel back that onion so that our students can become something they never assumed, they never believed they could become. Let's look at the next slide. Now, what are those skills? Now, I didn't put up a lot of jobs up here. I want you to just consider if you start thinking about complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, people management, coordinating with others, emotional intelligence, right? Judgment and decision making, service orientation, negotiation, and cognitive flexibility. These are the things that we're trying to embed in every classroom. Why? Because our partners, our industry partners, is saying these are the things that have to go alongside what they are learning in the classroom. Because when they come to work, they need the skills to truly problem solve on a team. All right. Now, this is something we're really, really excited about. These are but a few areas. I tried to get them all on this screen, but I think the more I put on the screen, the smaller the words get, right? So just a couple of opportunities where we're digging in. It's advanced STEM and engineering, agri-STEM, automation and robotics, aviation, and technology. Why are we focusing on these areas? Because you will find them in health science. You will find them transportation, distribution, and logistics. You will begin to find them in every facet of your life, right? Because one of the things that I did not do that I wish I would have is invested in Amazon. He took advantage of us, right? He was ready. Why was he prepared? Because all of these pieces were in place at the right time. I think they said success is when preparation meets opportunity. We need our students prepared. I do want you to scribble something down for me if you're still listening. You know what? A lot of our pilots and a lot of our aviation mechanics are at or near retirement age. These are jobs that are going to be needed immediately. Next slide. And when you talk about the 4 C's, the profession, of course, we need the communication, collaboration, creativity, and critical thinking. What we did was we doubled down on this with our professional learning, relevant experiences. I'll speak a little bit more about it in a moment. But one thing that we did was we started in 2018 and we had 1,000 student certifications in our district. Today, or basically 2021 up to we've now set a goal for ourselves of 5,500 student certifications. Last year we had right at about 2,513 certifications, and that was within the pandemic, right? That means students can do and they can overcome challenges. Next slide.
Diedrich, before you talk about the next slide, on the certifications, there's a question that popped up in the chat about how are you encouraging girls to enter those fields? Do you have any sense of how many of those certifications might have been earned by girls, or what are you doing to encourage females?
Two things. One, yes. The first thing is I don't have that number right in front of me, but one of the things that we do, you will find in our district, there are emerging clubs around girls that code, girls in engineering, with our partners at the West Tennessee STEM Hub, and I cannot say enough about Dr. Stephanie Ivy. She helps us out so much. She has girls experiencing engineering, and what they do is the lecture series throughout the school years. And in addition to that, the STEM ambassadors at the University of Memphis are in our classes or in our schools, and you would love to see all of the. I think I give one example. One young lady is like I think her GPA is like 3.999. Right, this girl is awesome. She's a biotech undergrad student, and she's in our classrooms. We also have, and I'm going to mess this up. It's I think it's the Southern Women Engineering Association. Yeah, forgive me, I butchered that probably. But they adopted one of the zip codes in our area, and they are awesome. They're also a part of our spotlights to expose our students to these careers. I'm hoping I answered that question. That's one of the things that we're attempting to do. We can't do enough, right? Because that's not touching every student. It's just like you see in front of you, it's the design thinking. And that's the part where we were so excited to learn about defined learning. We were always going into the lab, working together. I said lab, we go into the thinking closet, if you will, and we're trying to create our PBLs, right? So we were excited when we saw the defined learning piece. So I think let's look at the next slide. So what did we begin doing? Well, we saw a few of the examples. So one of the first ones that we really absorbed was the backpack designer. Some of our friends at Nike and some of our other industry partners sat down with our teachers, and the teachers proposed to the students if you had to return to school. And this was earlier on when we were out of school, but when we talked about returning to school, if they had to design their own backpack to hold their PPE, their mobile device, their cell phone, maybe water or masks, what would it look like? If you go to the next slide, and you saw this is an example. I think this is one where they kind of did the evolution of the backpack, if you will. And this is one of the timelines that the students created. So that means if they start looking at the evolution of the backpack, they're even going to see the innovation that came along with it and maybe even have their own, right? I can't say enough about the excitement that we've had. If you'll go back one slide, Brandon, my apologies. One of the things that I love the most is the approach. If you look down on the bottom left-hand side of the screen where they talked about the audience many times became, and it just kind of happened organically. They started bringing in, the teachers invited our industry partners into their classrooms so that the students could present to the industry partners. A few things I want to give a shout out to, the Agri Center, Ag Lunch, Tennessee State University, TCAT, the University of Memphis, and we have, and I'm probably going to get shot later. I forgot about the others, and I can't brain freeze there. But one of the things I get so excited about that our partners are in the classrooms and they're also saying, hey, would you consider this? Or how do you improve this one? We just did a really great mask design challenge with Tennessee Tech where the engineers gave feedback to what the students created, right? So that means they wanted to improve it and they gave them suggestions on their designs. You can skip 2 slides or go up 2 slides. Awesome. And as we get ready to close, this is again the times that I miss the most, the experiences of the students. On the left side, you see a student there. That's actually one of the, that thing is awesome. If you touch it, it feels like tissue, right? You touch the organs. Actually, if you notice, everyone has gloves on. This was pre-COVID, right? But you couldn't touch it with your bare hands because of the germs and some other things that will deteriorate what is made of. And on the right side, the students there, they were kind of playing with the sounds, and it was just great to see them really touching and creating and sharing, giving feedback. We can go to the next slide. And I won't read all these. It's just the main thing is he says, hey, the upper left-hand corner, it says, hey, I like careers like biomedical engineering, right? A lot of our students did not know what biomedical engineering, they never heard of it, right? So that's what we begin to look at. And finally, was that it? Let's see, is that the last slide? I think it is. So one of the things that, thank you so much for the time with us today. I can't say enough about utilizing those examples from the PBLs with defined learning because it gave us a starting point. And one thing that I'll leave you with is I think Dolly Parton wrote, I Will Always Love You, or she did the original, but Whitney Houston brought it on home. We want your students to bring it on home. They can take those PBLs and modify them, bring in your partners, and have fun with it. We can't just say enough about working together in a network like this. So thank you, T-San. Thank you for Divine Learning.
Thanks, Diedrich. Yeah, I'm just so happy to hear about all the work that's happening in Shelby County, my former district. It's just great to see that kind of all condensed into one setting. So I just want to leave you with one last thought or question rather. When we sit down as a network team and really think about the programs and interventions we're going to offer students, we ask ourselves this question: how might we create opportunities for all students to feel hopeful about their future? So I want to encourage you to ask yourselves that as you're identifying different opportunities for the kids and the teachers that you serve to experience learning in a different way. And, research defines hope as really just having a goal and then a path to achieve that goal. And if we can accomplish that through STEM education, then we are doing our jobs right. So thank you all so much. Cindy, I don't know if questions have come in or how you want to.
I don't really see any others. I see lots of great comments. People said they had done the same PBL. I think you guys on the webinar can see the power of the Tennessee STEM Innovation Network and the great leaders they have in Tennessee like Diedrich. You might want to take a picture of this so that you can, or save it in some way so that you can be in contact with them. They love to share. They want to help other people. And they remind me of a South African proverb that says, if you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And that's what the Tennessee STEM Innovation Network really stands for. They're amazing people, amazing leaders, and we really appreciate you sharing your work today with everybody. We have about 12 minutes to the next webinar. And in the next webinar, we're going to hear from our friends at Richardson ISD, a suburb of Dallas, where they are working hard to do STEM for all, just like the Tennessee STEM Innovation Network. So take 10 minutes, go to the bathroom, get a soda, get a coffee, and come back. You have lots more good things to hear. So thank you, guys. STEMtastic job, TSIN. All right, so let me go ahead and get started. My name is Cindy Moss, the STEM boss. I'm with Defined Learning, and I'm here with two of my STEMigos and STEMinist friends and from Richardson ISD. And I'm going to introduce them, and then we're going to kind of have a conversation about their journey as their goal is to do STEM for all for their district. Tabitha Branham, and the bottom, Tabitha wave, yeah, Tabitha, she's the deputy superintendent of the Richardson ISD. And before that, she was assistant superintendent of secondary schools. I'm really surprised they've been able to keep her. She's going to be a superintendent somewhere. You guys just know that I said that. She was a director of social studies, language arts, instructional technology. She's been an associate principal, director of New Tech High in their district, executive director of Leading and Learning, and she taught history to middle school in Capel ISD. She's almost finished with her doctorate, and I know what it's like to work full time and do that. So we're praying for you. We're happy you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. But she's really just this progressive, innovative leader. In my time in the last 10 years, before COVID, this time last year, I just stopped all my traveling. I was averaging 4 flights a week. So I've met district leaders all over the world. They can either be comfortable or they can be courageous. And Tabitha is one of those courageous leaders who always does the right thing. And with her, she has Kendra Johnson, the executive director of STEM and Innovation, and she's been in that job for 3 years. She was recruited from Lancaster ISD, where she was at a T-STEM academy, but she's been a science coordinator, a secondary science specialist, and an instructional coach. So both of these ladies have street cred. Their teachers and principals trust them and love them. And they're just out there doing whatever it takes to do the right thing for their kids. They're in a place, they're not in a place where it's not like a private school where every kid has money for tutors and everything else. You're going to find out from them they're doing amazing things with their students and giving them hope with that 4-letter acronym STEM. So let me turn it. And so what I'm going to do is just kind of give you a little bit of information and then ask some questions. So if you think about what happened a year ago, this was right when everything fell apart. And so it's hard to believe it's been a year. We had business as usual up until this time a year ago. But now what we were doing in schools has finally shifted. And as I talk to districts, I hear from many of them, they've lost kids. They don't know where they are. We've had teachers that have quit. Lots of things have happened. And in many ways, our K-12 schools, as well as colleges and universities, are scrambling. They're having to use their STEM skills to adjust. So why don't you ladies take us on a journey from March 2020 to the present and tell us how you've pivoted to make sure that teaching and learning have continued even in a remote situation.
Well, thank you, Cindy, so much. And thank you for your incredibly kind words. I would absolutely return all of that back to you times 10. There's nothing I loved more than sitting in the back of a room, listening and hanging on your every word, and watching teachers just connect and think about the work that they do in the classroom with kids and the role that they have in changing a trajectory for a student and for a future STEMinist. It's an incredible thing to watch. So thank you for all you do for your advocacy for all kids. So first of all, I would just like to start off by making sure everyone really does know who Richardson ISD is. Because I think the context is super important. And believe it or not, y'all, Richardson ISD is the 4th most diverse district in the entire state of Texas. And there are over 1,000 districts in the state of Texas. We serve over 39,000 students. We have 41 elementary campuses and 12 secondary campuses. The Texas Education Agency often uses Richardson ISD as kind of the model for the state when they are trying to determine, whether or not something is going to work or if something applies, a certain principle applies. They often use our data because we really are representative of our state demographics. And you can see here, really, we are almost what you would consider a third, and a third. Almost 40% of our students are Hispanic or Latinx, 30% white, and 20% of our students are Black African American, with almost 60% of our students being served through free and reduced lunch. So again, just want to make sure that you understand context is important. We serve an incredibly beautiful, diverse 39,000 kids. We have 6,000 staff members, and we have over 80 languages represented. So when a year ago, at this very moment, I can remember to the day, I was sitting over at one of our professional development sites, and we were actually, I don't even think that we were fully calling it the coronavirus yet. I think people were still trying, like, what is this thing? And how is it going to impact our kids? And we were, like we are this week, a week before spring break, and we were starting to have students travel. And we were in a room having conversations about whether or not we were going to allow the theater team to go to New York, and where we were going to allow the drill team to travel to Hawaii, and beginning to make decisions around student travel. And within 72 hours of that day, we were making the decision whether or not we were going to close, and then making the announcement we were going to be closing indefinitely. And realizing that within it normally takes us longer to open up a normal school year face to face. And we were going to have less than a week to stand up a fully virtual school for 39,000 students, of which 60,000 or 60% of them may not have the supports at home to be successful navigating virtual school. Everything from purchasing, 2,500 hotspots that we had to deploy overnight, to ensuring that we had devices that were deployed, and that every secondary student could have a Chromebook, and every elementary student could have an iPad, similar to what all of you all have had to do. Like our story is not different than yours. And then most importantly, if you would have asked me a year ago, what would it take to get all of your teachers to be teaching virtually? How long would it take to get teachers there? I would have said after I retire, like maybe the next generation. And we had to do it in a week. And so I think it really, the catalyst, while there have been absolutely COVID slowdowns, or there have been a lot of COVID catalysts. And one of the greatest things that we celebrate is how it has allowed our teachers to think about the role of technology different. That role of pedagogical design and inquiry differently, because I have to engage my kids differently. I have to engage y'all differently over this Zoom screen that I do in the classroom. And I think that has been a wonderful journey to watch. Kendra, I don't know what you would want to add to that.
So I would just simply add that the pivot, I think, is the most critical piece to bring out here. Is we know that COVID brought about so much uncertainty, and we weren't sure about what the next day would look like, but it also had some positive impacts, speaking to the catalyst that you spoke of. And that was, we now were faced with areas of opportunity to continue to grow our teachers and leaders to continue this type of teaching and learning. I have a quick little clip I want to show that our students put together about what they wanted us to do in terms of how are we responding to COVID-19, and what does the future of education look like in their future school.
Hello, my name is Mr. Shovel, and I'm a teacher at the School of the Future. Let's look at one of the first pathways. We're going to look at aviation and aeronautical sciences. Students will use flight simulators, drones, and aircraft parts into practice as working towards a potential pilot's license. The overall goal is to make connections between aviation and technology. Another pathway our students could choose is biotechnology and health sciences. With biotechnology, students here at Berkner High School use forensic investigation kits that study crime scenes to examine DNA. The students will also use biotechnology to understand how cells and viruses work and spread. A third pathway the students could choose is cybersecurity. Under the strand of cybersecurity, students will have a better foundation of computer networks and how they help protect all of our information, from cloud-based engineering to our most important encrypted personal information, giving them the edge to succeed in an ever-evolving connected society. The next strand we'd like to look at is engineering and robotics. Engineering and robotics go hand in hand. Through this strand, our students receive an education in building, CAD drawing, and computer programming, helping them understand how to problem solve and use technology to help them stay one step ahead of ever-changing technological advancements. Let's shift gears and look at global arts and communication. Global Arts and Communication helps our students captivate their audience with digital media and live performance recordings, helping students create their own film. From pre to post-production, filming on set, and using industry standard equipment and advanced editing software, students in this pathway can bring their ideas to life. Our final strand is STEM management. STEM management deals with the inner workings of the business world. With a dynamic and constantly changing landscape, this strand equips our students with the tools and flexible mindset, allowing them to thrive in their future business ventures. From understanding personal finances, supply chains, and much more, our students walk away with a leg ahead of the competition. And as you can see, here at the School of the Future, Berkner High School, our students graduate with an authentic work experience and real-world knowledge that positions them for predictable success in a somewhat unpredictable world. With so many options here at Berkner High School, the School of the Future isn't so far away. It's here at our fingertips. It's where inspiration and dedication lead to success in a global community.
So, Tab, do you want to take us back to April 17th? That's a great video, but we abruptly came to a halt, and life as we know it and school as we knew it no longer looks like this. But this is what our students wanted to see for the future. Take us back to April 17th when we got word that schools would be closed indefinitely.
Yeah, and actually, we announced that we were going to be closed the week of spring break, which was a month earlier, and then April 17th, we knew it would be for the remainder of the school year, and so we have been on a journey to ensure that all students and all really does mean all, and that is not an empty platitude, but rather it is a statement of commitment that all 39,000 of our students are going to connect, learn, grow, and succeed. And we had a hypothesis that in Richardson ISD, in one of our learning communities, the Berkner Learning Community, it's a high school with 2 junior highs and 14 elementaries that feed into it with over 11,000 students just in that one learning community. We had a hypothesis that if you gave students experiences, if you inspired them to think about what was possible, and if you scaffold that with instruction in the classroom that was engaging, that was inquiry driven, that allowed students to really explore those future ready skills that we know our kids need to be successful, that true trajectories could be changed, and that what once students thought possible for themselves what was now something totally different. And that started with pre-K. That started with our 3 and 4s and them understanding how to code their Caterpillar robots, all the way through what you just saw featured in that video. And we were going to do that through amazing learning, like with Cindy Moss and defined learning, and through a real kind of PBL driven culture. And so our challenge then on that day when we had to make that announcement was we can't afford to take a step back from that. We can't, our kids, they only have one shot at that grade level. Like they don't get to have third grade all over again. They have one shot. They're only that age and have that experience for one time. So how do we um, take this belief that we have about what school can look like in person, and how do we translate that in this virtual setting? And we did that through the work of our teaching and learning department that swiftly redesigned our curriculum to teachers could access it anywhere, anytime, and it was redesigned to adjust to the platform. Our amazing integration technology team, like our I team and our professional development team, immediately put out job embedded professional development. It's like what we would dream for, right? It's like the things that we wish we would have been doing all along. But now there was this urgency, the need to know, just like we would want for kids in the classroom, the need to know was real for teachers as well. And so we had job embedded professional development where we were able to model for teachers how software programs can replicate that inquiry model that can happen face to face in the classroom. How can I make this kinesthetic learning experience in the classroom? How do I then translate that using technology softwares in like Jamboard and in those other tools? And how do I make that available? And that's what we did. And we did that. And we did that with follow up. We did that with persistence. We did that with grace. We constantly message to our staff and to our community and to our parents and to our students that the number one thing we could do right now is have grace with one another. We're not lowering our expectations, but we do recognize that we are going to try things and they're going to work. Like, hello, STEM, right? Problem solving process. We're going to try things that don't work. We're going to iterate. We're going to keep going until we find what works for all kids. And that's really what the spring was about. Kendra, I would love for you to share some of the experiences that we had designed for face to face, like our clubs and our activities, and even when I think about some of our PBLs, that normally the product outcome, often maybe was something that students in the classroom they would have to build or they would have to construct, and we had to think about that differently. How did you help really translate this new environment for our teachers?
So, working very, very closely with all of my teaching and learning colleagues, our STEM department recognized that we had an opportunity here. We had just gotten started with implementing across the board problem based learning as a strategy, and we were still in that learning phase. And so, thanks to our powerful partnerships, one of them being Define Learning, we were able to provide these key resources at a critical time so that our teachers didn't feel overwhelmed. So myself, along with the STEM specialists, started working together with our content specialists to embed these resources into our pacing tools. What that does now is remove the barrier of our teachers feeling that stress and overwhelming feeling of I've got to plan, I've got to communicate, I've got to make connections with my students, I've got to be engaging. So we wanted to take away one of those, stressors and say, hey, we're all in this together. We got this. And so being able to rely on those powerful partnerships, we were able to maintain our STEM culture amid the remote learning, challenges and considerations. And one of the things we do best is pivoting to offering things virtually. So our after school clubs, we didn't get rid of them, but our teachers decided to work after school online, being able to connect with our students as early as our second graders in their STEM and robotics clubs. We also started to solicit the support of our partners to bring in some authentic learning experiences and audiences for our students. So now our culminating products and presentations for PBLs were now in a virtual setting. So we were setting up Zooms and breakout rooms so that our students could continue to connect with STEM businesses and industry to not only continue learning and increase their STEM content knowledge, but we were also building capacity with our teachers as well. This also gave them a quick little break from the facilitation of teaching and learning and allowed our partners to come in and kind of help out. One of the things I would definitely say to everybody on this call is it does take a village. I know we use that cliche a lot and it kind of gets underrepresented, but villages are important. Partners want to help us. And beginning last spring, we recognized who our true partners were. And we were able to tap into their resources, their human capital to continue the things that we want, that we usually do face to face, that we now had to shift to virtual. In addition to being able to offer our STEM clubs and competitions virtually, we continue through that same vein with professional learning. We do know that our teachers need a lot more TLC right now than PD. So we had to change our mindset to a more self-paced, you know, webinar kind of module feel for our teachers. We couldn't do our gathering face to face. We knew that they were getting burnout on Zoom meetings, but we still needed to continue to learn and connect and grow. And so, resources like Define Learning, resources like our STEM partners at our Richardson Chamber of Commerce, they were able to connect with us and provide an outlet for our teachers to continue to learn and engage in STEM. The last piece to our pivot is our families, our students and their families, and that communication piece. We are used to hosting parent universities, STEM family nights, and we wanted to continue to do those. And so we definitely saw a opportunity there to begin doing those things a little bit more virtually. And unfortunately, the pandemic is still here a year later. But what we see now is we've been able to really cast a wider net. Some of our parents that weren't able to come physically when we were doing these things face to face are now connecting, and they are engaged, and they understand what it is we are providing for their students and how they can partner with us to support that. So I guess, Tab, we might want to share with them, like, what are we doing now that we are a year in and we're looking forward to a kind of, indefinite future of virtual teaching? What does that now look like? Let's tell them about what we're trying to do there.
We absolutely recognize the power of our COVID catalysts and how we do not want to lose momentum, but rather want to harness that momentum to continue to propel us forward. So the fact that our teachers are trying things with technology that I promise a year ago I would have said, you will not see our teachers doing that in my generation. Well, now they're doing it and they're thriving. We have teachers who have said, I see now the potential of how technology can be the differentiator in my classroom. When I am trying to navigate, let's say I'm doing a PBL and I have my different groups and I am trying to address their different need to knows, I don't always have to be the one that is the person that they go to or that they can get the information from, but rather there's this whole world inside technology, and I now see what that can look like, and I can see that I don't always have to be the one that knows it all, that my students can be that resource. And so we are really working to continue to foster our teachers feeling confident using the technology and seeing the relevancy in the technology. um, we also, there has been so much evidence of like that PBL problem solving cycle everywhere you go. Like, what is it that we need to know in order to navigate this? Well, what do we know about the virus? What do we know about how do we mitigate risk so that we keep our loved ones safe? How I need to know how to navigate Zoom and how I'm going to organize. If I'm a 16-year-old, how am I going to organize? And I had a freshman in my home that was trying to navigate this. How do I navigate trying to think and organize myself differently? Those are all things that we know we are learning from, and now we are embedding those into our systems. But probably I would be remiss if I didn't say the most important thing that we have learned during this time is the importance of Maslow's. And I know everyone was like, well, of course. But I think it took on a different meaning. It took on a different meaning when a year ago, the number one thing I was doing at this time was determining how we were going to deliver meals daily to our families who had no other way of getting food if it was not coming from the school district. And how I immediately within days we deployed thousands of meals daily to 17 apartment complexes as well as 12 different school buildings. That if that is not evidence of what it means to real world problem solve, and students were a part of that, we used our transportation team, our child nutrition team, but meeting that basic need. Before I could worry about whether or not the kids could even get on the Zoom, I had to make sure that they were being fed and that they were not worried about where that next meal was, because it was no longer they were going to walk in the cafeteria on Monday morning and they were going to be guaranteed that hot breakfast. And that was something. And then I think this focus on social emotional learning and recognizing that this has been a time of uncertainty for all, and whether parents, our students, our staff, our teachers. Last night we were at a board meeting until 1:30 in the morning. We were at a board meeting, and we had some community members that are still trying to negotiate and are still struggling with some of our risk mitigation protocols, and that is a telling a big telling piece around social emotional learning. How are we supporting our students with the fact that they were used to school looking one way, even when they returned face to face? And 68% of our kids are back face to face right now, but they were used to school looking one way. And now it looks very different. Now, how I interact with my best friend at lunch, I now interact with them behind a desk shield and we're 6 feet apart, but I am desperate for that human connection. And how do we help students with that? And teachers, we ask teachers to on a moment's notice, because if we have to contact trace and we have to quarantine a group of students, suddenly tomorrow I may have half of my class that is logging in through Zoom and the other half is in face to face. And we're asking our teachers to design, normally, which it's really hard to do one or the other by itself. But now we're asking them to design instruction for both environments, and while meeting the needs of all. So supporting and lifting up our teachers and ensuring that they had the social emotional skill sets necessary to navigate this time, is just a huge priority, and one that we took for granted, y'all. We had a social emotional curriculum. Don't get me wrong. We taught it, a couple of days a week across our whole system, but we had taken for granted, what does it mean when those skill sets are gained with such automaticity, that when our teachers or when our students experience a true crisis, they can pull those coping skills and strategies out without thinking. And we had taken that for granted, and that is something that we are really we have rethought, we have reexamined, and we are taking that forward. And then one more thing I'm going to add, and then I promise, Kendra, because I get so pumped up about this. The other thing that I would say, that we are taking from where we are and we want to move forward in our journey as a learning organization, is recognizing, because of our diversity, the fact that we had such a disparate systems of support for our students, and recognizing that academic achievement gap that we had committed ourselves to closing as part of our equity goals, that we were risking that gap getting farther apart rather than closing. And that our Latinx and our Black students were at risk if we didn't think about our supports and deploying supports differently. And even through a pandemic, we have formed a racial equity committee that has almost 200 community students and parents and teachers involved, asking ourselves, we've learned a lot about the differences that exist across our communities. And as a district, what are we doing to close that gap? Whether it's technology, whether it's support and access to extracurriculars, whether it's wraparound services. And how do we provide wraparound services to students who may not otherwise have access? And so that is another big component of the things that we have learned through this time and that we want to carry forward.
Tabitha, I just love the way you're personifying. I heard a phrase, never let a good crisis go to waste. You're really looking at everything you guys were doing and trying to figure out if what you did in the past was worth it or needs to quit, needs to stop. And I've seen in a lot of districts, they're looking at the data and saying, well, these kids aren't in school. And so they're not having discipline referrals. They're not getting in fights in the hall. They're not doing all these other things. Yes. So what are you going to do about it so that that doesn't happen when they come back? And so, of course, you are leading the way and trying to figure all of that out. We did have a question. Someone asked, is there an intentional focus on PBL as you're doing STEM for all? And if so, why? and one of you can
I,
answer
I
that.
want to start, and then Kendra like makes the magic happen. I have the vision, and then Kendra makes the magic happen. Okay, y'all. So I do not want to mislead anyone. You can have incredible, engaging instruction happen in a traditional environment. You can have a teacher that does not employ project-based learning and still have a wonderful classroom where kids are going to learn and the outcomes are going to be great. However, I do believe that learning, and especially this achievement gap, that closing can be accelerated when you create an environment in which students have clarity around the why behind what I'm learning. They get to drive the learning. They get to ask the question. You don't have to assume what I need to know. Let me help drive and determine what our need to knows are. And then let me identify what is the best way that I can show you and create an artifact that demonstrates to you that I have deeply mastered a concept or a skill. And that's what happens in PBL. And I don't know that you can replicate that in any other way. I don't know if you can replicate the true marriage that happens when in a classroom, in instruction, when it is completely student driven, measured by true learning, true academic outcomes, and then fosters these skill sets that we know as important as our content knowledge and skills, these future ready skills. Can they collaborate? Can they communicate? Can they problem solve? Do they have resiliency? Do they have the ability to have professional ethics where I'm making choices that I know are healthy and are going to promote success at the next level? That is the marriage that happens with PBL. And that's why I personally believe in it had the opportunity to open and design a choice PBL one-to-one campus in which to hear kids talk about their learning differently. It was no longer, well, I'm going to learn how to solve for quadratic equations, and then I'm going to have to show you how to learn it on a test. Instead, they were able to articulate, how am I going to use this skill? I have to know this skill in order to be able to create this solution or design the solution that I have an idea for solving this like mind blowing, right? That's what we want for kids. And that's what I think PBL does. But Kendra, how do we make that happen?
So the first thing is, let's think about teaching and learning through the lens of the student. And as our role as educators, our primary responsibility is to do what? Prepare kids for their future, right? And we believe that in order to do that, we know our kids need to be engaged in lessons and units that allow them to see the relevancy. They can engage in critical thinking. They can be collaborative. Most importantly, they are problem solvers. We want our kids to be global citizens and build and strengthen their self efficacy. The best way to do that is through an authentic learning approach. So, project and problem based learning, yes, we are making intentional strides towards shifting to that being one of our premier instructional strategies. As you saw at the beginning of our session, our district is highly diverse, and we're leveraging that diversity to drive our innovation. And we know in order to do that, we have to engage all of our students and their families and the community around this new type of learning, this different way of thinking about and making our thinking visible. And how are we applying that in a real world context? We've grown to appreciate our partnerships. And I'll tell you, it's more than just about buying a resource. It's more than just connecting with them to help us solve a problem. Our kids are getting a window into their future. Those choices and interests that they are finding connected to the pathways that you saw us highlight, now we can tie that to a mentor and to someone in business and industry that can work with not only the students, but our teachers as well. And so over the last 12 months, what we've really done is made intentional efforts to update our curriculum design to make sure teachers had access to the resources and technology they needed. But more importantly, we really started to forge more strategic alliances with our partnerships in business and industry. We know we can't do this by ourselves. We don't want this to be textbook learning. We want it to be authentic and discrepant, and we want our kids to be able to, really engage and assume the role or the responsibility of the professionals who are solving these problems. One such opportunity just came to our district about 3 weeks ago. We were happy to celebrate Black History Month, National CTE Month, but also we wanted to celebrate a partnership that's new for RASD, but not new to Texas and North Texas. I have had the privilege of working with one of our partners, Captain Barrington Irving Jr., the CEO and founder of the Flying Classroom and the STEM Plus curriculum. In addition to us utilizing defined learning PBLs and our teachers being trained on those webinars and understanding by design framework, we definitely wanted to partner with someone who could help us continue in the vein of hands-on inquiry-based instruction in a virtual world. I have a very short clip where our superintendent and Captain Irving are sharing with you how we are going to support virtual STEM teaching and learning moving forward, and how these resources are supporting not only what we're doing now virtually, but we can continue with these pieces once we move forward out of this pandemic.
Hello, my name is Richard Thacker with Atlantic Aviation. Welcome to Atlantic Addison, Texas, where we are hosting our good friend Barrington Irving on another flying classroom experience with the Richardson County School District.
This is going to be an amazing day. This is part of what we do with students, where we want them to not only see STEM, but experience it as well.
Today we have the opportunity to bring out some elementary school kids, some of our high school kids that are part of our Berkner STEM feeder pattern, to just inspire them about the aviation pathway.
Today was STEM-sational. Today is the launch of our Flying Classroom curriculum. We had an opportunity to kick off Black History Month honoring one of the greatest, and he's still alive. That's the exciting part of this. And our kids get to connect with some real world learning.
This is so important because the majority of these kids, when we ask them, have you ever been to the airport? Have you ever flown in an airplane? Most of them say no. They have not even had that experience. So this is about opening in their mind the possibility that they could not only be a part of this field, but they could learn to fly an airplane.
Not only do I hope that kids understand that they can do anything that they set their minds to, but I really hope that today they had an opportunity to see all of the possibilities that you find in STEM-related careers.
Atlantic Aviation has had a great impact already on Richardson ISD by just opening themselves up for us to bring our students here. And we need partners like that because kids have to see it if they're really going to be able to ever be it. We're so grateful to just Atlantic Aviation for welcoming our kids and letting them have this experience today.
Who knew that you'd be able to do surgery on a cow's eye by listening to a pilot? And so we're hoping that today would pique some curiosity and interest in our students to want to learn more about STEM.
They have no clue what they're about to experience these next several weeks doing hands-on STEM challenges, and the smiles are just going to get bigger and bigger. Big thank you to the STEM department and Richardson ISD and Atlantic Aviation for giving us this opportunity.
So Kendra, talk to this amazing group of people that are on this webinar about, so now what? So our students had the chance to go to this airport. They met Captain Barrington. They got a chance to, y'all, they were like, you could have seen their eyes. Not only had most of them not ever flown anywhere, most of them have never been, like, the thought of being that close to an airplane and seeing like, oh my gosh, these parts that we've read about or that we've seen, even our high school students, y'all, they were in awe, like their jaw, like it was transformational, just that experience. But they had that, then they left. And then now what's happening with Captain Barrington?
So every Friday now until the end of the school year and beyond, we will host what we call Fly Fridays. And what happens on Fly Fridays is our teachers and students take a break from their state adopted curriculum to engage in real world, what Barrington calls ground expeditions, centered around STEM concepts and aligned to some of the topics and concepts they learn in science, math, social studies, fine arts, humanities in every day. And so what they have is their own materials kit, and they have an opportunity to connect with Captain Irving and his team every Friday for a solid hour. And he is sharing with them these expeditions that he has conducted around the world, that they are now able to perform different STEM investigations alongside him. So not only are they learning about phenomena that is happening in real world, but they're also tying it to the math and science that they're learning and the other subjects that they're learning in school. So it's no longer just, oh, we're going to connect with him and have him as a guest speaker. Our students are now assuming the role of scientists and engineers, and they are able to perform the same tasks, the same, engage in the same challenges that the professionals do. And Barrington is leading the way, flying his aircraft around the world and taking our students along with it. Talk about a virtual field trip. This is something that I know our students will never forget. And we are so excited to initiate this partnership here in Richardson. And we can't wait to scale it across the district. But more importantly, parents can now also be involved, because that material kit, even our kids that are still virtual, we have shipped them to their homes and delivered them there. So now they have exactly what the students have. So talk about equity and making sure we're taking care of our students and families, whether they're in our schools or away from us right now. We are really committed to doing so. And we are glad to share some of our other partners who are supporting this work as well. We are utilizing a lot of our regional and local partners to help us facilitate a lot of our virtual STEM opportunities. And this is just one of them. And we wanted to celebrate and share that with you guys today.
It's amazing. Everybody wants to come join and go do Fly Fridays with you. It's pretty awesome. But we did have a question and a statement in the chat room. Like, we can see as educators, as teachers, we would want to come work with you and do this. We can see how kids would be excited, parents will be excited. What are you doing for the administrators? Like COVID-19, I have many friends who are principals, and I'm praying for them on a daily basis. Like, their life has been really hard. How have you supported them to do PBL and STEM during this time of COVID?
Yeah, so I would first say that from a central team, um, we really risked doing what we probably would have done in most situations, in that it's the job of the principal to take care of the teachers and the students. And without a clarity around the number one thing that we do at our level, like when we really do think about the triangle. You always think about the person at the top, and then everyone else is underneath that person. The superintendent's at the top, and then there's the deputy, and then the assistant soups. And we have inverted that triangle. And at the very bottom of that triangle is our superintendent, followed by me. And our only job is to lift everyone else up. Our only job is to support those at the top of the triangle. And the most important are our students, followed by our teachers, because they are closest. But in order for our teachers to thrive during this time, our principals, they had to feel like they were being supported. And so first, before like we could help them translate what does PBL and how do I support STEM learning in my building during COVID, first we had to make sure that that they were supported in their social, like, how are you adjusting to leading differently? You as a principal, like, y'all, you all know, like, those of you who have been principals or currently principals, there's nothing better than when you walk down the hall and your cup is filled, no matter what that angry parent meeting you just walked out of, your cup is filled because the kids are hugging on you and telling you what they learned, or you walked into that favorite teacher's classroom and you saw this magic of instruction, and now it looks completely different. And so really being overt with our principals about that conversation, about how their leadership was going to have to adjust during this time, what skill sets were they maybe going to have to think about differently in terms of flexibility. Sometimes principals aren't always flexible. But at this time, every 9 weeks, the students who are walking in and out of their buildings daily, if they're quarantined, can change. And so making sure that as principals were struggling with applying maybe some different skills that they've never had before, that instead of them feeling like, oh my gosh, I'm lacking. No, how are we going to build you up and how are we going to support you? So that focus on social emotional and growing the capacity of our leaders during this time and exercising a different skill set than maybe they've ever had to do before was our number one. Like that was our number one priority. And then that translated into Kendra being able to work with our principals and helping them grow in PBL and implementing PBL during this time. So what did that look like, Kendra?
It started with effective communication, just making sure that our principals understood we were being flexible, we were going to adapt. We knew that this was something we started before we had a pandemic. And a lot of you don't know, we dealt with a tornado as well during this same time. But we were resilient. And so we made sure that there was a shared understanding of how we would move forward with PBLs. We put our big, you know, figurative arms around our leaders and just let them know that we're here. And if you notice on our first slide, we had an image called "We've Got This," and that became our mantra for the year. Is we wanted them to see that we were all in this together, and part of that was frequent weekly communication. We were on campuses even with COVID. We were very careful, but we wanted to make sure that they knew we were there. And we made ourselves available and accessible to their teachers, their campus instructional coaches, their assistant principals. We were providing them with information. We create these voiceover recordings. Our teaching and learning team started building pre-recorded unit previews. Anything we did, we created a hub for our administrators that housed all of the information that we knew that they would need and the communication. We made sure that if it was information that we had, that they had it in a format to push it out on their campus newsletters and in their parent engagement opportunities that were campus based. But most importantly, we were an ear. We were an ear, we were a shoulder. And now they're calling us superheroes, though we don't feel like it. But we've even made ourselves accessible and available to our leaders when they need substitutes. We all know that there's a shortage of those, and our teachers are not only helping us navigate this uncertain world in schools, but they too are navigating this at their own homes. And so our central office team, like Tab said, that inverted pyramid is profound. And we look at it as we are holding up our teachers and our students and making sure that no matter what, they know we're there and they have the support and resources they need to continue building and sustaining this STEM for All culture that we initiated back in 2018.
Y'all, like it's for real. Like, so when she talks about a superhero sub, I've been subbing. I try to sub at least every other Friday because again, staff maybe who gets quarantined, they can still work from home, or maybe we just because of whatever we've had a sub shortage. Maybe nobody else out there is experiencing that, but we are. And so instead of that being one more stressor on our principals, of figuring out how am I going to cover classes, or putting one more stress on teachers of we can't combine classes because then we're mixing cohorts, or like, no, our central office team, we are going to deploy ourselves. And I had a chance to sub in one of our Berkner Learning Community classrooms. Remember, I'm a secondary teacher and I was in a kindergarten classroom. And y'all for reals. And our kindergarten babies were talking about problem solving. Like they were using the language. That doesn't happen in isolation. That doesn't happen because a teacher does one unit that is modeling that problem solving cycle in their classroom. That only happens over time, over reinforcement. That happens when they are having conversations in the hallways, when their principal, like that happens, that is representative of the culture. Like when, and Cindy Moss, like one of our first connections was like, STEM is not a class, it's a culture. What we have done and what we are we're not there yet. But what we are doing is we are building a culture. We are building a culture where our principals they see the difference that these experiences are having for kids. And as a result, they are committed to removing the barriers that keep that from happening. Carol McBroom is on this webinar. She's probably one of our strongest instructional coaches at Liberty Junior High and in Richardson ISD. She's brilliant, y'all. Like, I could just talk to her. Like, she teaches me every time I talk to her in the hallway. And her campus is evidence of a belief and a change in culture. A year ago, pre-pandemic or not, if you would have told me that 100% of students in her campus and in her sister campus could be accessing 8th grade Algebra 1, 100% of her grade load could be accessing Algebra 1, I would have been like, that's another district. I don't know what you're talking about, because that's not our reality. A year later, that is our reality.
Woohoo! And
that is our reality. And that only happens, right? It is like that only happens as a result of culture. Like, that's a change in culture and belief. And then you identify what are the barriers, what are the systems that are keeping us, and you dismantle them, you break them down, and you rebuild them. And those are the practices that we've had to apply every day during a pandemic, and that we now see that they can work on everyday problems, whether they're small or big. And that's a really big part of this work.
You guys are amazing. We could listen to you for several more hours, but we have to take a little break before the next one. People on the webinar, make sure you pay attention to the contact information for these ladies at Richardson ISD. And once we can travel, if you get a chance to go visit them, you should. We brought people to visit them from all over. They're incredible. So thank you, Tabitha. Thank you, Kendra. My Stamigos, you're wonderful.
Can I say one thing? I know you have to go. I know everyone needs a break. I know. But I just here one thing, if I could leave all of these amazing educators that I know are on this, is remember, you don't have to do this alone. And I just would be remiss if I didn't thank Cindy Moss, Philip, Defined Learning. There's no way we could have navigated this reality without the partnership of others, the thought partners, the inspirational partners, the ones who said, yeah, this can be done and this is what it can look like, without us having to recreate everything. Like, because of Defined Learning, then that allows us to use our human resources in a different way that allows our teachers to access the amazing content that's in Defined Learning. So I just I would be remiss if I did not give you all a shout out and thank you for providing these kinds of opportunities for us to connect and collaborate and learn from one another, because it's difference making for kids.
Yes, it is. Thank you, guys. And tune in 7 minutes. We're going to start with Team Talladega, and they're not the NASCAR drivers, but they're amazing leaders of education as well, have been doing PBL for a long time. So take a break, go to the bathroom, get a cup of coffee, come back in 7 minutes. So thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Okay, it is 3 o'clock. So let me get started by introducing the superintendent in Talladega. Dr. Suzanne Lacey is an incredible leader. There she is. Thanks for joining us, Suzanne. And she has street cred. She was a teacher, assistant principal, a federal programs director, a department, a deputy superintendent, and she's been superintendent in Talladega for 13 years. I'm not sure exactly how long in Talladega you've been doing PBL, but they were PBL before PBL was cool. And they did it long before any other resources were out there. And one of Suzanne's strengths is she puts together an incredible team of people, and she empowers them to do their job, and she allows them to do their job. So I'm very excited for you to hear from Team Talladega. So Suzanne, take it away.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for joining Talladega County Schools this afternoon. We are honored to have you, and thank you, Cindy, for the introduction. I am just proud to tell you a little bit about our school district, where I have served for 13 years as superintendent, and 37 years total. My entire career has been spent here in Talladega County. Our journey to innovative learning has been an exciting one, and we continue to tweak that journey every year and really expand upon the concept of project-based learning, STEM education, computational thinking, coding, and much of the information that you will learn from my colleagues as we move through this presentation this afternoon. Our mission in Talladega County is to provide an engaging, rigorous curriculum empowering all students to be college and career ready. Those are some big words in that mission statement, but we have been so excited to really enable our teachers and our students to become leaders of their own learning. And I think you will see that as we tell you a little bit more about our district throughout the afternoon. So how did we arrive at this mission? It wasn't by accident. We call this a necessary transformation based on a number of criteria. When I became superintendent in 2008, even though I had been in the district a very long time in other roles, our district still had a very high dropout rate. We were graduating approximately 71% of our students at that time. My first visit into one of our high schools, I quickly realized how bored our students were and how we must change our delivery methodology of how we were doing instruction, because it really had no relevance. It had no real world connection. And certainly there was a lack of student engagement, not only at the high school level, but I also saw that in our elementary students as well. At that time in 2008, we were very traditional in our approach to teaching and learning. We had some technology, but not a lot of technology. And we really began an aggressive campaign to learn what other school districts were doing across the state and the nation. We took many field trips to observe classrooms to see what was really empowering teachers across the US to change classrooms and to do things differently to engage their students. So that was a real impetus for us to see how others were doing it and doing it well across the nation. We also knew as part of our transformation that our school culture must change. We really started to focus on student leadership and staff leadership, and I'm so proud to say that 13 years later, we have created exemplary leadership among both groups, students and staff members. Our staff members lead professional development, and often, many of the cases, are our primary deliverers of instructional content and leadership based on their experiences in their classroom. Of course, we were also very interested in workforce development in our area and across our state, and quickly we found out a need to prepare our students for STEM careers that existed and some that have not already been discovered. And we wanted to make sure that our students had preparation in those areas to become good problem solvers, collaborators, and presenters as they graduated from high school. So, a few things to know about Talladega County Schools. We are the 5th largest employer with over 1,000 employees. We serve around 7,100 students in 17 schools, and our free and reduced lunch rate is around 72%. We are a full one-to-one Chromebook and iPad school district that has been implemented over time. So our students have 24 access, and that certainly has come in handy during the pandemic. And we were not having to worry about devices because our students already had the devices. We are a member of the League of Innovative Schools. And on our last state assessment, Talladega County was ranked first in Alabama for growth in reading and mathematics, something that we're very proud of and certainly can attribute to our focus on instructional delivery, methodology, and project-based learning. So let's take a look at our innovation timeline, which again started back in 2008. We really started to focus at that moment on project-based learning, what we called the 4 C's: collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and creativity. Really worked hard with a pilot site school and then worked to immerse that concept through all 17 schools throughout our district. In 2011, we started our first installment on our district one-to-one initiative with MacBooks, Chromebooks, and iPads in grades 3 through 12. And again, I mentioned that has been a phased in process. We're there and have been for several years now, with every student having a device. In 2015, we were fortunate to receive a $300,000 grant from AMSTI, which is the Alabama Math, Science, Technology Initiative. And that really began our partnership with AMSTI to learn more and implement AP computer science courses, start our coding progression, and really just set the stage for what we wanted to happen down the road in order to prepare our students for STEM careers. In 2016 and 2017, that was year 2 of our grant, and we started working very carefully with our teacher leader cohorts to ensure that they had the proper professional development. We also implemented Project Lead the Way during that time, and really just a whole transformation of how we wanted the STEAM integration to look through our school district K-12. In 2017, about the same time that the next generation science standards were emerging, and also our Alabama Course of Study Science standards, we began our trajectory of learning with the engineering and design process. Shortly after that, in 2018, we were awarded a 3-year grant to develop computational thinking pathways and a progression. We received this $1 million grant from the National Science Foundation and have worked with 2 other school districts through the League of Innovative Schools to implement the computational thinking progression in our schools. So that tells you a little bit about our progression from beginning to now. And Dr. Brooke Morgan, our coordinator of innovative learning, will dig a little bit deeper into this model for exemplary innovation. Dr. Morgan?
Good afternoon. As Dr. Lacey mentioned, we wanted to create a vision for innovation in our district. And in order to do that, we knew that we had to focus on 3 key areas, which is to create a vision and culture for innovation, build a quality professional learning program, and create innovative learning opportunities for our students. To jumpstart our initiative, we knew it was important to see a one-to-one environment in action. As Dr. Lacey mentioned, we visited Mooresville Graded School District in North Carolina, which was one of the first districts in the nation to actually implement a one-to-one initiative. And we took a team of administrators and teacher leaders to visit that and see that model in action. We also took a group to New Tech High School in California. And after that visit, we talked extensively about what we saw and how these successful models might look in Talladega County. Most importantly, we utilized the talent and expertise of our very own people to craft the vision for our schools. We knew that it was vital that we model forward thinking and a growth mindset if we were going to transform teaching and learning in our district. The key to this transformation was to empower the school leaders and teachers to try new approaches without the fear of failure. Over time, we saw a huge shift in the cultures in our schools. We saw schools redesigning learning spaces, raising expectations for their students, and focusing on sustained professional learning, which is critical when working with technology integration. One of the things that I'm most proud of is our quality professional development in our district. Since 2009, we have had professional learning cohorts, and we have developed those and changed those individuals out each year so that we can develop teachers in a wide array of areas, including personalized learning, PBL, leadership, and data and assessment. Over the years, we have trained over 70% of our classroom teachers. They have collaborated with colleagues throughout the school year, embedded their learning into instruction, and then participated in our annual Innovative Teaching and Learning Showcase that culminated our learning at the end of each school year. In 2017, we were granted a unique opportunity to partner with Digital Promise, EdTech Team, and Google for Education in order to implement a coaching program aimed at increasing educational equity and powerful use of technology through instructional coaching. All of our principals and technology coaches attended a week-long training at Google headquarters in San Jose, California, to learn how to implement a teacher-centric coaching model that focuses on challenge-based coaching. The utilization of this coaching framework has allowed for personalized, job-embedded professional development for all teachers. Lastly, I want to talk about STEAM by Design, which is our annual district-led event that began in 2016. This day of learning provides our teachers with a variety of keynotes and breakout sessions that focused on integrating all aspects of STEAM. It also provides an opportunity for our teachers within the district to showcase their efforts in the integration of STEAM. Over the years, we have had over 500 educators from around the state to attend our event, and that has just been a great celebration to culminate all the learning that our teachers have taken place in and all of the activities and innovative learning activities they've done with their students. In Talladega County Schools, we strive to always provide innovative learning opportunities in all areas of the curriculum. On this slide, you can see just a sampling of the many innovative learning opportunities that we provide in our district. Ms. Harris and I will describe several of these innovative practices a little bit more in depth. First, I would like to talk about STEAM integration, and I mentioned our STEAM by Design Day of Professional Learning. STEAM integration has been a major emphasis in our district for several years now, and we want to ensure that our students have access to interdisciplinary real-world projects. The use of technology throughout the STEAM program and engineering design process helps students to work collaboratively and more efficiently while also providing an outlet for creativity. Working together to solve problems helps to build many skills, such as collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and perseverance. Dr. Lacey mentioned earlier that we did receive a $1 million grant through Digital Promise Global. It was a 3-year collaborative with 2 other districts in the nation. One is Indian Prairie and the other one is Iowa City. And so we have had a very close collaboration with them to address equitable access to computational education in public schools. Our school system has created a K-12 pathway in order to prepare a broad, diverse pipeline of students to use computing knowledge and skills in career and college opportunities. In addition to the Computational Thinking Collaborative, our district was also involved in a Computational Thinking NGSS Collaborative, which focused on intentional planning for computational thinking in middle school science. Next year, we are moving into a mentoring role for other districts across the nation as they begin this important work. At this time, Ms. Emily Harris will share several other innovative practices in Talladega County Schools.
Thank you, Dr. Morgan. Through a partnership with Google and Khajiit, we have multiple school buses from each community equipped with Wi-Fi and devices to ensure equity for students who are unable to access the internet from home. In addition to Wi-Fi devices, each bus has also a certified onboard tutor. Students complete homework assignments, work on projects, or read their favorite book while traveling to and from school. Here's a brief video documenting year 1 of the Rolling Study Halls Initiative.
I was born and raised in Talladega. I've lived here all my life. It's just a really gorgeous area to live in.
I built a house on my granddaddy's old farm, just being in the middle of nowhere. That's what I like about it.
I drive a school bus for Mumford Elementary, middle school, and high school. I wake up every morning and do a safety check.
I keep the bus in a hayfield just down from my house.
You're that first person they see in the morning. You know, you set the tone for their day. So you want to greet them with a smile. Hey, good morning. How are you doing?
Hey, buddy. Jacob coming?
Rolling Study Halls is a program provided by Google, which has fitted several buses on Talladega County with Wi-Fi devices and an onboard educator.
which enables the children to be able to do their homework and do their studies while they're on the bus. A lot of parents have problem with being able to get their children internet access. It's real.
Where I live at, they won't run cable, and a lot of other families will have that same problem.
I've even heard of kids, they have to sit at a restaurant or somewhere that has internet connection just to be able to get their homework done. As a part of Roland City Halls, the onboard educator is on there to take care of all the kids' needs, and I just drive now. The first day, I was completely blown away. The noise level went to almost zero. And then I noticed how engaged the kids were. And that's when it really hit me how important this program is.
They're able to get their homework done before they get home, more time for the kids to have fun.
I have 3 kids of my own. I just know the importance of how much they need to be encouraged. We have a great community, and our children should be able to stay here and prosper here.
Makes me feel good being a part of something a little bit bigger.
This is one of my favorite videos. As you can see, our rural landscape, our dedicated employees, and innovative practices that we use to increase student achievement. We are also committed to makerspaces. We're committed to renovating and repurposing school library spaces in our schools to give students opportunities and resources to create, tinker, and engage in the engineering design process to solve problems and create innovative products. We also have a strong partnership with the U.S. Forest Service. Some of the notable programs are the Kids in the Woods program, museum quality displays in our schools, depicting environmental concepts, greenhouses, historical tree arboretums, outdoor classrooms, campus hotspots, black bear research, and the list goes on and on. Also, one other notable program to the right is our tiny house project. With our tiny house project, we partner with local builders, local building supply vendors, local banks. We call it Tiny House Big Dreams. Very soon, our students' tiny house that they have built will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and the funds collected will go to sustain this project for years to come. With deeper learning through projects, it was natural for us to seek out a certification that could quantify the work of our students and teachers. STEM certification has been a wonderful, reflective process to quantify the work we do. Cognia STEM certification focuses on STEM learners, STEM educators, and STEM experiences. It is a wonderful, reflective experience that focuses attention on deeper learning relevant to the needs of today's learner. STEM students have the skills, knowledge, and thinking strategies that prepare them to be innovative, creative, systematic problem solvers in STEM fields of study and work. We currently have 9 schools that are STEM certified. They are Childersburg Middle School, Winneboro High School, Mumford Middle School, Mumford High School, Lincoln Elementary School, Mumford Elementary School, Drew Middle School, Lincoln High School, and Fayetteville School. Now it's time for our breakout sessions. Once you choose the breakout session you wish to attend, you can type the URL directly into your browser, or you can click the link of the breakout session of your choice that has been entered in the chat box below. Once all breakout sessions are complete, please return back to the main conference link. One notable thing to also bring up is that you can only be in one Zoom at a time. So after I tell you the different breakout titles, you'll choose which one to go to, and you'll leave this Zoom and go to the next breakout session, and someone will guide you back. The breakout 1, learn about how to be a DLP coach and the relationship a coach has with their teachers and administrators. That is tinyurl.com/DLP coaching. If you're interested in breakout 2, in this breakout, you learn how to effectively and efficiently plan a PBL project from start to finish. If you're interested in learning that, you can go to tinyurl.com/PBL Learning Map. Breakout 3, learn about a secondary PBL example that infuses the arts into the math curriculum. If you're interested, you can visit tinyurl.com/secondary PBL. Breakout 4, learn about elementary PBL examples that promote community partners and collaboration. To visit that breakout, it's tinyurl.com/ELEMPBL. And finally, breakout 5, learn about the STEM certification process and the impact this review has on your school culture. If you're interested in that, go to tinyurl.com/STEM cert. Enjoy the breakout sessions. Don't forget, once you will need to leave this Zoom in order to attend that breakout session, and we will see you back in just a bit.
While we're waiting to begin, if you're on Twitter, follow me at STEM Boss, and we can have even more discussions about STEM.
Sounds like a great idea, Cindy. Well, I think it's 3:00, Cindy. I think it's time for us to get going, and just wanted to jump in for a moment and say hello to everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Andy Schaefer. I'm the president of Define Learning. And before I welcome our final speaker of the day, I just wanted to take a moment for a few quick acknowledgments. This has really been a terrific day, and I want to thank all of our speakers, starting with Jay McTighe, who just kicked off the day in a fantastic fashion. The Fallbrook team of Dr. Candy Singh, Christy Neese, and Seth Trench. The Tennessee team and the Tennessee STEM Innovation Network in Shelby County Schools with Becky Ash, Brandy Stroker, and Diedrich McGee. The fantastic presentation from Richardson ISD with the Tabitha Branham and Kendra Johnson. And finally, just a terrific presentation and informative session from the Talladega team. Dr. Suzanne Lacey, Dr. Brooke Morgan, Emily Harris, and of course the fantastic quarterbacking of Vicki Osmond. Thank you so much for just your incredible organization. I also want to take a moment just to thank the hundreds of attendees from at least 48 states that I know that attended your sessions today, and everyone outside of the U.S. as well. But you could just tell by the chat room, it's been incredibly lively and amazing. I want to thank all of the attendees. Everyone attending today will receive 3 things. You will receive a recording of the session. You'll have the opportunity to download individual sessions in the entire session. You're also all going to receive a white paper on accelerating learning with PBL, and that's going to have contributions from Dr. Lacey, as well as Dr. Singh. And everyone, if you haven't already from what's been on the screens today, receive access to Define Learning PBL with that access code between now and the end of the school year. I also want to a quick moment to thank Patrick Irvin, who behind the scenes kept things going today, and Maggie O'Brien for having us ready to roll today. And then I just want to thank our last speaker of the day, Dr. Cindy Moss. You have done an amazing job today as the host and MC for today's event. So just a quick few things about Cindy before I turn things over to her that I want to make sure everybody knows. And Cindy has been an absolute champion for STEM engagement and career and workforce readiness for more than 30 years. She has received numerous accolades, including being named one of the top 100 women in STEM, one of the top 100 women of diversity in STEM, and one of the top 25 businesswomen in Charlotte, as well as receiving the prestigious Milken National Educator Award. You will hear more about her amazing work as Director of Pre-K through 12 STEM at her time in Charlotte Mecklenburg schools. You know her best as the STEM boss. Please join me in welcoming our closing speaker, Dr. Cindy Moss.
Thank you, Andy, and thank you everyone for staying with us. Just as we go forward, remember in the chat room to click on panelists and attendees so everyone can see what you're saying. And what I want to talk to you a little bit about is you've heard from some amazing educators about how they're making STEM work. And what I want to do is leave you with some STEM munition for your toolbox. If you're a teacher and you need to convince your principal or district leadership, this STEM munition will help you. If you're a district leader and you're trying to bring others into the fold, this will help you. So we're going to talk about why STEM, why now. And when you leave, my goal is that you have a stronger, clearer way to state your why you should be doing PBL and STEM. And so I'm going to start with the video.
The series is called How Do I Know? And a lot of times when people hear the phrase, how do I know? The next thing they say is what? How do I know what? But the key really isn't to know what. The key is to know why. Because when you know your why, you have options on what your what can be. For instance, my why is to inspire people to walk in purpose. My what is stand-up comedy. My what is writing books. My what can be going out with some friends to eat. In fact, another what that has moved me towards my why is a web series that we have out now called Break Time. So every Wednesday at 3 o'clock, you should subscribe to the channel. We do a series called Break Time on YouTube. So 3 o'clock, we drop a new episode. One episode in particular, I'm about to show you a clip to. We were in Winston-Salem. So break time, this is how it works. I travel the country, I do stand-up comedy, probably an hour, hour and a half at an event. And in the middle of my show, I'll just sit down and start talking to the audience. And funny just happens. Or I'll meet somebody who's really interesting. So I met this one guy, and he said that he teaches music at a school. I was like, all right, you teach music, can you sing? And then I'm just gonna show you the clip. Check it. So you're a musical director. Cool.
Yes, sir.
All right, so let me get a couple bars of like Amazing Grace. Can you do the first part of that? Go ahead.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
Wow. That bro could sing. You know what I'm saying? All right. Now, once you give me the version, is if your uncle just got out of jail, you got shot in the back when you was a kid. I'm just saying, let me see the hood version real quick, if you know which version I'm talking about. Just see if that exists. Let me see what you got.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. Right now I'm found, was blind, but now I see.
So here's the thing. The first time I asked him to sing, he knew what he was doing. The second time I asked him to sing, he knew why he was doing it. When you know your why, your what has more impact because you're walking in or towards your purpose.
So you guys today have heard some amazing educators that really understand their why. They're passionate and they've worked really hard. You've all worked really hard during COVID, but when you know your why, the how takes care of itself. And you heard many of them say, STEM is a culture, not a class. When I go into school districts across the country and the world, people would tell me, we do STEM. And I go to their STEM lab and it's a box that was what would be a science kit or a math kit from before, and now it has a STEM sticker on it. Or there's one teacher doing STEM. STEM cannot be in a box. It cannot be once a week. It has to be a culture where every kid gets the chance to become a problem solver. Because of that, the words we use are really important. And so if you say STEM, we say it's students and teachers energizing minds. And if you want to say STEAM, we'll say students and teachers energizing active minds. Now, for me, I was a high school biology teacher, 15 years in Syracuse, New York, 5 in Charlotte. And this is a picture of me when I won that Milken National Educator Award that Andy mentioned. It's considered the Oscars of teaching. You don't apply for it. Your superintendent nominates you. It's a big surprise. I won $25,000, and then I used that money to finish my doctorate. Then I took over science for our district, then science and math, and then STEM. And what I did in my doctoral dissertation was figure out which factors in the learning environment would lead to improved test scores for my students. And I inherently knew that they needed to have learning that was relevant, but I gathered data and evidence so that I could convince other people to teach the way I knew kids needed to learn. Also, my husband and I owned a McDonald's for 10 years. It was his full-time job, but I assisted. I helped write the business plan. I went to Hamburger University. And being a McDonald's owner operator made me a better teacher, because what I learned is in the first 6 months we hired someone. It didn't matter if they were taking orders, making burgers, cleaning the bathroom, whatever they did. The first 6 months they worked for us, we spent more money training them than we spent paying them. So 30 years ago, I made up my mind if I were ever in charge of teachers, I would do whatever it took to get the money they needed for the professional development they deserved. Because as important as French fries are to McDonald's, and they're really important, we're making kids' futures. I also started looking at the data, and our country has been talking about the leaky STEM pipeline for a long time. This is from 2008, and these are real numbers. If you look at it, we started with 2001 with 4 million ninth graders in the country. By the time we got, then 2.8 million graduated, 1.9 million went to college. Of the ones who went to college, a lot dropped out. We had this bad problem when kids go to college and leave with nothing but debt. Only 1.3 million of the 1.9 million who started college came back for a second semester. Of that 1.3 million, they predicted 166,000 would get a degree in STEM. It was actually less than 120,000. So we've had this awful leaky STEM pipeline for a long time. Lots of people care about it. Companies care about it, but the Army cares about it. And they did a study called Ready, Willing, and Unable to Serve. They brought in 1,000 kids in the state of Pennsylvania, 18 to 25. All had finished high school. Some had finished a 2-year school. Some had finished a 4-year school. And they spent a day with them. They gave them physical fitness tests, reading tests, math tests, problem solving tests. And what they found is 70% of these kids would not qualify to enter the Army at the lowest level because of their lack of problem solving. So the US Army has declared the lack of STEM skills a matter of national security. If you look at college graduation rates, in 2020, 1% of the kids who got a degree in science. This hasn't changed in the last 5 years. Look at these other numbers in other countries. When you go to math, it's even worse, 0.01%. Where I live in Charlotte, we're the second largest banking company after New York City. I have lots of friends who are in HR and banks, and they tell me banks hire 90% of the math majors, would hire 3 times as many if they could find them. And I think the reason we don't find math majors is the way we teach math in school. And one of my friends at church who plays French horn with me in the orchestra has an undergrad degree in statistics, not a master's or PhD. He's on a team of 150 people, and their full-time job is pro sports. They get paid to go to the NBA, to the NCAA tournaments. They get to go to the Olympics. They go to all big sporting events. They create algorithms, and they tell the bank how much to invest in them. Starting salary is $150,000. Last year, his bonus was more than his salary. And they have 50 positions they've been trying to fill for about 6 months, but they can't find people with those skills. I think if our students understood the cool things you got to do with math and banking, we'd have many more of them there. I'm a STEMinist, and you can be a STEMinist even if you're not a girl. It just means you think that girls should be able to go into the STEM pipeline. If you look at the real numbers, ladies, in 2021, we make up 52% of the workforce. That's not surprising, but when you go to STEM, we're 20%, and if you get into IT, it's 6%. The only people who can fix that are those of us in pre-K-12 education. And the way we do that's pretty simple. We have to think about the way girls think. First of all, they want things to be fair. You know how they keep track of, Joey got to lead the line yesterday. Belinda has 2 cookies. They just keep track of that stuff. And so we need to let them know that even in 2021, even though the US is the best place to be a female, ladies, we still make 77 cents on the dollar compared to guys with the same education and experience level. It's just wrong. But if these girls go into STEM, they'll make 98 to 99 cents on the dollar compared to guys, and companies will be looking for them. And women are born wanting to make the world a better place. So we need to show these girls in pre-K-12 And we can do this in STEM and PBL. We need to show them that they can develop these STEM problem solving skills and they can make the world a better place. So they can get a good job, have a sustainable future, and make the world a better place.
Hello, my name is Gwyneth, and I'll be your professor today. And I will be talking about the brain. Hello, I'm your veterinarian today.
Kitty.
Nope, I'm Dr. Brooklyn. See?
Okay, doctor.
Oh, here, let me see. Good morning, everyone. I'm your new coach. My name is Maddie. Nice to meet you. I had the most fantastic day in the office. You'll never believe what happened. We got that new business I wanted. Have you ever seen him fly?
Have you seen him what?
Fly?
No.
My cat can fly.
Okay.
The dog's brain can't think as much as the human's brain because there's no high school for the dog. This is Peter, the Triceratops. Peter is 1 year old. The T-Rex, Sally, is 1,002,252 years old. Knees up like a unicorn. Higher, higher. I've been to New York, Transylvania, Pennsylvania. We can think and do lots of stuff with our brain. Now, does anybody know how big the brain is? Anybody? Sophia. It is medium. Medium. Very good.
So I'm going to tell you a little bit about this story, why we started STEM in Charlotte and what it did. And I'm giving you an assignment, an AEIOU assignment. So you may want to take a picture of this or you can write it down. You don't have to answer all 5, but as I tell you this story, I want you, at the end, I'm going to ask you to respond with an adjective, an emotion, an interesting fact, an oh, a surprise moment, or an like you have a question moment. So look at those 5 things, take a picture, and at the end, I'm going to ask you to respond in the chat room. And I love frogs. That's why the graphics are frogs. So this is where I live in Charlotte. If you've never been to Charlotte, we're about 3.5 hours north of Atlanta. We have about 1 million people in the city limits of Charlotte. Kids from 150 countries, 100 languages, 65% free and reduced lunch. So all the issues that school districts have all over the country. After I won that Milken National Educator Award, I finished my doctorate out of Australia. If you want to ask me about STEM doctorates later, I can talk to you about that. It's a wonderful place, wonderful opportunity. Took over science, had that 6 months, then they gave me math, had that 6 months, and then I had STEM. Well, I knew from owning our own company that businesses care about schools and what they're doing, but most of the time schools and companies don't speak the same language. So I decided STEM was going to be that connective tissue. I went to the Chamber of Commerce and I said, who are the major employers? And they said, well, Charlotte would love to be the energy capital of the world. And I know Texas and New Mexico and North Dakota, lots of other places would call that, but we have 4 really big companies in energy. And I went to meet with them. I said, I'm your pre-K-12 STEM workforce development. What kind of jobs do you have and what do you need to come work for you? And they said, we're easily going to need 50,000 new employees just to take care of retirements over the next 5 years. Average starting salary is 70,000. And many of those jobs require 2 years or less of community college. That sounded really good to me because teachers in North Carolina start at 35,000. They told me they really love people with a 2-year degree in mechatronics. So I went to the community college to see what mechatronics was all about. And if you've never seen it, it's a combination of mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, and IT. And with a degree in mechatronics, you can go into advanced manufacturing, energy, hospitals, all kinds of companies, anybody who has big machines. I also, in Charlotte, we're the home of NASCAR, and we have more than 100,000 people working in motorsports. So I went to them. They were trying to get people of color to be interested in motorsports and come work for them. And since our school district was about a third Black, a third Hispanic, I'm like, we have the people you want. What do you need to do to come work for you? And they said, well, all you really need is 1 semester of community college, 2 math and 2 science classes, and you need a portfolio that shows us that you're really good at collaboration, communication, creativity, and critical thinking. And I'm like, okay, we can do that. And starting salary was about 75,000. Also, when I was talking to NASCAR, they asked me if I knew about ICAR certification. It came from the military, actually started in North Carolina from Fort Bragg because people would leave the military with these skills and have no certification. It's offered in almost every state in the country. You go to community college for 4 weeks, it costs $1,000. 99% of the people pass the national test. What you do is plug a car into a computer. You know how they do this when you take your car to the shop. You learn to read the diagnostics and then you send an email to the mechanic. So 4 weeks, $1,000, and you start at $50,000 a year. Also, I taught biology, chemistry, anatomy in high school. So lots of my students thought they wanted to go to medical school. And I would look at these kids, nobody at home spoke English or nobody had been to college. And I knew the reality of figuring out how to get into college, into medical school, and get out and pay for it probably meant it wasn't going to happen. So after I won the Milken National Educator Award, I was invited to be on the advisory board for the Carolinas College of Health Sciences. And I went to the first meeting and I raised my hand and I said, what kind of jobs do you have that take less than 2 years of college? Because I felt like my students could figure out how to do that. They said the easiest thing to do is to be a surge tech. Takes 10 months, costs $10,000, but we have scholarships. If the kid is African American or Hispanic and had a B average in high school, they go free. If they don't fit those qualifications and they agree to work at one of the 22 hospitals in the Charlotte area, it only costs them $2,000. So I felt like most kids could afford to do this. And a surge tech, what they do is they go to the supply closet, get the utensils the surgeon needs to do surgery. They watch surgery, so you can't be afraid of blood. And then they put things, before the surgeon closes the body, they actually physically count the utensils so that nothing is left in the body, and then they put them in the dishwasher. 10 months, they start at $55,000 a year. Once they get through that, they can work 20 hours a week, go to school 15 hours a week for 2 more years and be a radiation technician, run x-rays, MRIs, mammograms, and your salary will go up to between 75 and 80,000. Or you can work 20 hours a week as a surge tech, go 2 more years, 15 hours a week, and be an extracorporeal technologist. What this person is doing is watching somebody's blood on the computer. Behind the computer, the person's having open heart surgery, organ transplant surgery, something serious. And so the blood's out of their body for a couple hours. This person's watching it to make sure it gets enough oxygen. We take out the waste. So it takes 2 years. If you're working for the hospital, they pay for it. If you just go to the school, it costs $20,000. But once you start working, this job is very stressful. If you make a mistake, somebody dies. So by federal law, you're only allowed to work 12 hours a week. So most people work 2 6-hour days, and starting salary is $150,000 a year. I started looking around at manufacturing. North Carolina has long been known for textiles, so textile mills shut down, and now there's all kinds of manufacturing of other goods. Right out of high school, you can get a job as a fabricator at 30,000. If you have a little bit of training, you could be a machinist, all the way through a material science engineer with a median salary of 95,000. And manufacturing, when I was a kid, it was a dirty industry. People would have brown lung, all kinds of awful things happen, but it's changed. It's very clean, and there's lots of opportunity in manufacturing. Right now, if manufacturing were a country, it'd be the 9th largest economy in the world, and 75% of all the innovation happening in our country happens in manufacturing. So those kids we have who like to create things and come up with new ideas, they need to know about manufacturing. As we were doing this work, we realized that computational thinking and coding was really important for kids. And we found out about Raspberry Pis. You've probably seen these. We've used them now for a long time, at least 12 years. It's to the right of the girl's left hand, or no, to the left of the girl's left hand. It costs $38. You can get them on Amazon. You plug them into an old monitor, an old keyboard, and you start coding. And this little girl's at a summer camp that my church has sponsored for 12 years up until last summer when COVID shut us down. But we give each of these kids at this high poverty school, we give them a Raspberry Pi, and they have 3 weeks to create a computer game or an app. And there was a kid there, he's now a junior in high school, but so he was a rising 6th grader. And he created a computer game in 1 day. So the guy teaching the class calls me up. He's like, Cindy, you have to come meet Joe Kwan. And I go to meet Joe Kwan, tall black kid. I checked out his records. Most of these kids are high poverty kids. Some of them are homeless, but he was in the top 1% in reading, math, and science in the state. So I'm like, Joe Kwan, you're a really smart kid. Why don't you take this Raspberry Pi and figure out a way to make an app to help 6th graders do math? Because who better to help a 6th grader do math than a 6th grader who thinks it's easy? He goes, can I make some money at that? I'm like, yes, you can. So he worked for 3 weeks, made a 99-cent app. The first year as a 6th grader, he made $250,000. As a seventh grader, he made $750,000. As an eighth and a ninth grader, he made $1 million. And he's in 10th grade this year. I don't know how much he made. But his family went from being worried about being homeless to having a house that's paid for, a car that's paid for, a substantial financial stable future because this kid developed his STEM skills. So I just quickly told you a little bit about some pretty amazing STEM jobs. According to the Department of Labor, right now in 2021, 50% of everyone's job is STEM. By 2030, in 9 years from now, they predict that 75% of every job will be STEM. So what we need to do is prepare our kids with these problem solving skills so they're ready for their future. And as adults, we can see what these salaries would mean to a person and understand the power of those kinds of jobs. But why should it matter to your kids? This is a quote from Marian Wright Edelman, the lady who started the Children's Defense Fund. You can't be what you can't see. And I think it's our moral obligation in pre-K 12 to show our students that people who look like them, who live where they live, can develop these skills, get a good job, and make the world a better place. But I was in charge of science and math, and we had state tests. You guys know what the reality is. And so we'd get together and look at the data, we'd clean up the data, we'd disaggregate the data. And I started to get mad. I'd spent my whole life fighting for kids who didn't have a voice. But what I realized 12 years ago, and I still believe, is this achievement gap is really an opportunity gap. If we give our kids the right opportunity, all kids will succeed. And a lot of teachers, I was a high school science teacher, many physics and calculus teachers think the only kids who should go into STEM are that top 1% that they have in their AP class. But according to the Department of Labor, the best predictor of success in STEM is your ability to master Algebra 1. And I'm not blaming Algebra 1 teachers. What this says to me is we have to change the way we teach math. We have to go all the way back to pre-K. And we have to show kids all along the way that computational thinking and math are something that everybody can do. And when you can do it well, it makes your life easier. And we have to know that every teacher is a STEM teacher because problem solving will apply to every aspect of our life. This is how we teach now. Everything's in its own little bucket. It doesn't touch. This is the way our kids experience school, but this is what life is like. Everything's all mixed up. And in STEM, we need to teach them how to be ready for that. This is how I was defining STEM lessons, that there had to be standards from multiple courses. There had to be hands-on and cyber inquiries, real-world connections, links to careers, the 4 Cs. We brought in Grant Wiggins, Jay McTie's partner, and we had several week-long training sessions to train our people how to write PBLs. We started working on it. It was very difficult. Ours were not that good, but at least we were trying to make school meaningful, and that's what we started doing in our classes. We knew we had to get kids reading because if you can't read, you can't succeed. As a high school biology teacher, when I was working on my dissertation, my research showed that kids in my class had to learn 15 new words every 20 minutes just to pass the test. And my mother-in-law has her PhD in reading. I started talking to her, like, how do I help my kids? She's like, you have to teach them how to read, write, and think like a scientist. And so I made these posters. I explained to my kids how to do this. And my struggling kids who were 17 taking biology for the third or fourth time and reading at the third grade level, they appreciated it, as well as my APIB kids who were going to go to Ivy League schools. They're like, why didn't somebody teach me this in third grade? So when I took over at the district level, we made these posters, reading like a scientist, and trained our elementary teachers how to use it as a ticket out the door. So kids would understand the skills they were using in reading science were skills that they would use their whole life, and that 50% of the information was in the pictures, the diagrams, and the charts. Then we made these for reading like a mathematician. Other people in the central office got involved. We made them for reading like a historian, reading like a musician. We changed the culture of reading in our district. I also knew we needed to give kids problems to solve that mattered to them, not just something on page 77 at the end of chapter 3, but a problem that really mattered. Because if you gave them problems that really mattered, they would care. And we needed to let them have enough time to figure it out, to have these eureka moments. And we needed to encourage them to present, because you guys know when you presented something, you really understand it and you've used all kinds of skills. We knew we needed to give them experiences. When you touch things, you're using so much more of your brain than in any other way of learning. You guys know when you travel somewhere, you never forget it. So we wanted to give kids experiences as much as we could firsthand, and using virtual means when we couldn't do it firsthand. I also knew we needed to use the arts. I play French horn. I played my horn for Sunday church in our virtual orchestra. I played in the Charlotte Symphony, play the piano, I sing. I know how important the arts are. I know they're an avenue in for so many kids. And so we wanted the arts to be integrated into everything that we were doing pre-K 12. We wanted to work on the 4 Cs. And this kid in the front of the picture holding the Raspberry Pi, that's Joe Kwan, the kid that made a couple $1 million before he even got into high school. And so when you give kids these problems and you set up an infrastructure for them to learn these 4 C's and master them, they will. PBL is the best way to make that happen. You're going to get an article from Define Learning after this, but there's all kinds of research out there that says this is how you give kids those experiences that matter. And think about if you go to the mall and to the Apple store, or you go to Lowe's or Home Depot to a do-it-yourself class, people sign up as soon as they're open. People sign up. It's closed really quickly because everybody wants to learn it. And they come early, they stay late, they don't leave until they master it. That's what we want school to be like, and that's what PBL does. And also PBL allows your teachers who are worried about trying to create that to really move in that direction. Research shows that when kids are doing PBL, there's significant improvements. And you heard from district leaders how they've done that. Talladega schools are now #1 in the state. If you look at the skills that employers want in 2015, this is what they were asking for. Look what they're asking for in 2020. Those skills that we can develop as kids are doing PBLs. Also in Charlotte, I knew that many of our kids came from that every kid gets a trophy generation, and they really needed persistence. No matter what you're going to do in life, rarely is something worth doing do you get it right the first time. And so we really worked hard. That fail means first attempt in learning. We put these posters up in every classroom. We had some articles for people to read. One of the things the Harvard Business Review found is they worked with 500 CEOs of big companies, small companies. The most important characteristic they had to be successful was curiosity. And if this article, Harvard Business Review Spotlight on Curiosity, if you can get a copy of that, there's a test for you to monitor or measure your own curiosity. And what NASA found is preschool kids, 95% of them scored the genius level in curiosity. The longer we're in school, the less number of people score at that high level. By the time most kids get through high school, less than 20% of them still score at that genius level of curiosity. So with PBL and STEM, we can keep that curiosity alive.
Remember what it was like to be curious? Remember when you were always ready to solve a mystery? When the only way forward was to figure things out? Remember when you questioned everything? And when the secrets revealed themselves, you couldn't help but smile? There was never a moment to lose. You chased after mysteries like your life depended on it. There were no limitations to your imagination. Anything was possible. We remember. At Carillion Clinic, we know that being curious is the only way forward. So we still question everything. When something isn't working, we figure it out. Sometimes there isn't a moment to lose, so we don't waste a second. We remember that solving problems doesn't just take formulas, it takes imagination. There are still mysteries to be uncovered, because sometimes life does depend on it. And sometimes what seems impossible can actually become possible. We're still solving the mysteries, because at Carillion Clinic, curiosity is our calling.
I hope you enjoyed that. That always almost makes me cry. I also knew in Charlotte Mecklenburg schools that I wanted STEM for all because the National Science Foundation says the more diverse the group solving a problem, the more robust the solution. And so that means we need all of our kids to have this opportunity. And if you think about what we've learned from COVID, is a solution is a transdisciplinary solution. And so we need people from all different aspects of life to come together to work on these problems. This is a picture to remind us that STEM puts the fun back in fundamentals. And fun is not a dirty word. I think in the last 25 years, we've sucked the joy right out of school for kids and teachers. It's time we put it back, and STEM and PBL is how we do that. Well, we worked on this for 3 years. In terms of funding, we haven't really talked about funding much today. When I came into the central office, I knew from owning our own business that you can read mission statements and philosophies, but if you really want to know what matters to an organization, you look at their budget. And we had a $1 billion budget, 400 million were in Title One. So I'm like, ding, 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 ding. I'm going to figure out how to get the passcode to the ATM for Title One. And so I stalked the Title One director, spent lots of time, and finally got him to agree with me. We started with Title One, and we did STEM in the Title One schools the first year. And what we found was just incredible achievement. Then we got money from Title Two, Title Three, Title Four. This graph shows you what happened over 3 years' time. We were able to get in all of the 189 schools. And during that 3 year time, our scores in fifth and eighth grade science went up 44 points while the state went up 5. The only science test in high school is biology. Our scores went up 35 points while the state went up 10. Now, science teachers trusted me because I'd been a science teacher. They jumped in the deep end with me, and they were very happy about all of this. Math teachers, they were skeptical, and I guess you're supposed to be skeptical if you're a math teacher. So math teachers, I'm like, okay, I know you're really worried about teaching your algorithms. I can't claim to be a math teacher. And so I asked them to give me 2 to 3 minutes of every math class. They got a 90-minute block every day, 2 to 3 minutes to give kids a reason to learn that math. And I paid some master math teachers that other teachers respected to work in the summer. And we put some kind of asset, a picture, a song, a diagram, a chart, a little story, some little asset in every math lesson to give kids a reason to learn math. And in third through fifth grade, our math scores went up 29 points while the state went up 7. Middle school went up 33 points while the state went up 5. And Algebra 1 went up 26 points while the state went up 6. We knew from our research if we could get kids through Algebra 1 and biology the first time, they had a 98% chance of graduating on time. And so that was really important to us. Also, when we started, I was losing 50% of my math and science teachers every year because I would take them to see these really cool jobs at the beginning of the year. They could do the math and science and they were leaving. At the end of 3 years of doing STEM, we were keeping 90% of them, and they self-reported it was because they felt successful and supported. And when we started in reading, math, and science in all of in our district, only 10% of the kids scored at the top level on the state test. At the end of 3 years of doing STEM, 40% scored at the top level. So the rising tide really did float all boats. And when we started, we had a 37-point gap between the rich kids and the poor kids in reading, math, and science. At the 3 years of doing STEM, it was 7. Because of that, we won something called the Broad Award. Eli and Lily Broad are one of the richest families in the U.S. For all my Texas friends out there, they're from Texas. And every year they give a school $1 million to be distributed as scholarships if they've done something spectacular. And so we won it for decreasing the achievement gap because rarely does a school district ever do that. So that was my story. I know I've talked a lot. And Andy, I can't really see the chat room the way my screen is looking now. So are there any responses you'd like to share or any questions that we're seeing?
One of the questions, Cindy, might be worth diving into is from Nancy Harriman in a rural Maine district, and just looking for advice or concrete steps for to get there. And as far as STEM teaching and learning, I believe it was a little, but any advice for a rural district in Maine to get started?
And I don't think it really matters if it's rural or urban. What I've seen in the last 9 years of traveling around the country, there's similar problems because in the urban schools, you think there's a lot of people, they have a lot of resources. They don't necessarily, and most of the kids don't go anywhere. I think that you really need to look at the Defined Learning PBL library that's here. I wish I would have had that for my teachers. It would have made our lives so much easier because they're so well done. They're standards aligned. All the pieces are there. The teacher can just take them and run with them, or they can edit them when they feel stronger. So I highly recommend you're getting this free 60-day trial from Defined Learning. Look at that. And if you want to contact me, my email will be here. I'll be happy to talk to you individually with some more specific recommendations. But you can't win if you don't begin. Look at the Defined Learning PBLs and just start trying it. Because what happens is kids get engaged, teachers are happier, your attendance rates go up, the discipline referrals go down. Everybody starts to see almost immediately the magic that happens when you're teaching kids things that really matter to them. And speaking about that, this kind of shows you what defined learning does. Like if you're trying to put together a system, I was trying to get um, STEM across pre-K 12, 189 buildings. This is what defined learning PBLs do, starting with pre-K all the way through high school. They work on these skills, the same skills that Jay McTighe was talking about. We want all kids to be a problem solver, but we want them to do those C's, whether you say there's 4 C's or 7 C's: communication, collaboration, creativity, critical thinking. We want them to know about careers because that's one way to really get kids engaged. And so I highly, for all of you guys who are looking at defined learning for the first time, think about how all of this work and this continuum is woven in the PBL library. I also want to recommend to you guys, obviously you care, you're still here, it's been a long day. This would be a great book for a book study at your school or your district. Factfulness, 10 Reasons We're Wrong About the World and Why Things Are Better Than You Think. I like to say STEM is a 4-letter acronym for hope. This book will give you hope. It goes through specific examples in different parts of the world, things that have happened. And this author, he just died now, I think about a year and a half ago. He was a public health doctor from Sweden who traveled all over and just helped people realize the way we describe things, the way we think about things is not really the way they are. And his examples are very transdisciplinary. You could use it with high school kids, but definitely for teachers, it's an inspirational book about problem solving and how we really can make the world a better place. All right, one more video.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
I thought about becoming an actor and or a model.
What do most of your friends want to be?
Basketball players.
Some want to be football players, singer or actor.
I'd love to be a soccer player one day.
If you could be any soccer player in the world, who would you be?
I'd probably pick David Villa.
We don't need more Villas.
We don't need more Adrianas.
We don't need more Carl Anthonys.
We don't need more Joeys.
We don't need another Zendaya.
We don't need more Drews.
Verizon gives a lot of students, a lot of kids who don't have access to internet at home. It gives them a lot of chances.
It's really cool that I can look things up faster.
It's a lot easier to access things.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be a video game designer and a soccer player.
Hi kids, how are you? Everything good? Yeah?
Wait, hold on. Oh no!
I'm literally about to cry.
So yes, we want kids to see the possibilities. And as you leave this day and people ask you what you did, and you're thinking about the STEMunition that you have, we need to stop asking our students what they want to be when they grow up. Instead, we need to start asking them what kind of problems they want to solve. When we do that, we change everything. And if you're using defined learning, there's a portfolio in there that will help kids see the evidence of the problem solving skills they're earning. Where do we go next? We really appreciate you being with us today. I hope you've been inspired by our STEMigos that are out there doing amazing work. The person who asked about a small rural school in Maine, if you contact us, we can find someone who's in a similar situation, connect you to them, we can talk to you. We do really believe that if you want to go quickly, you go alone. If you want to go far, go together. We want to go together with you. I believe in education, this is our imperative: do or do not, there's no try. We have to figure this out, and educators will. That's what COVID has shown us, that in spite of this horrific situation, educators have figured out how to thrive and how to help their students. If you have questions or comments, this is my email, and we'll be happy to talk to you about any of the things you've heard today. Andy told you all the things that you are going to get. So let me turn it back over to you, Andy.
Well, just thank you, Cindy. Terrific, absolutely terrific and inspiring presentation to wrap up the day. And I just want to, again, thank everyone for the tremendous contributions, all of the presenters, as well as those that are contributing still in the chat box. we're going to be taking a close look at that. And if there are questions that we didn't get to today, we'll try to find you. Also, you can find us on Twitter at Defined Learning. And we will attempt to share any additional resources, such as the wonderful video that Cindy just shared that I saw a lot of people commenting about. We'll try to make that available there as well. But I just want to, again, thank everyone for a tremendous day, and for hanging with us all day, because we've certainly enjoyed having you in attendance, and hopefully you are as inspired by the speakers today that I have been. So, I would just, everyone have a terrific wrap up to the school year, and we'll look forward to hopefully seeing you in person sometime real soon. Take care, everyone, and thanks.